So I came kind of prepared to do a little bit of everything. What I really want to do today, and I'll talk about this in the agenda, but what I really want to do is focus on September start. Like, what do we need to do before you even start any unit of study for the first month of school? So I want you to think of it a little bit different than what I told you before, where you were starting with your launching, and really launching still happens, but instead of having launching start in September or at the end of August, when do you guys start school?
August 29th.
August 30th. Okay, so here's what I'm going to suggest when we talk about the year-long plan, you guys. I'm kind of now really proposing that you, for this month of September, is what we call September start. Okay, that's what I'm really hoping. And before we do any note taking, I just want to talk through it, and then I'll give you some note taking so you'll kind of know what we're looking for. So in the year-long plan, I want you to think of September being your September start, and really a focus on strategies. Strategies they're going to need in their new reading curriculum, and strategies they're going to need for writing. And that you don't start your September, your launching, until probably October. Now you guys are going to need to think through that. The reason that I'm saying that now, I'm kind of changing my tune just a bit, guys, is because if we don't have a place to start building those strategies, then it's hard to fit it in when we're actually doing the unit of study. So when you think of all those strategies that you need to front load before you actually start the unit of study, it takes a lot of time. And so what I'm finding is maybe what might help us in that instance is to really take the month and it's just strategy based. Fun. I'm going to teach them how to do circle charts and tree charts and 2-column notes. I'm going to teach them how to do my thinking charts. I'm going to teach them how to retell a fun story. All the strategies that I know they're going to need for that first unit of reading and that first unit of writing is I'm going to front load those in September. So it's going to be a little bit haphazard. We're going to do a little bit of this today. We're going to write some sentences. With this in our mind as the teachers, all the things that I teach in September, you're going to embed in your reading and your writing. That's what I'm going to propose. So we can think about that as well. So now your year-long is it going to start with your launching? I know you might be used to that. It's starting with your launching and your personal narrative. Now, based on your writing, I don't even know where that's at. So maybe our year-long plan or units aren't going to align the way that we need them to. So that's the other thing I'm a little nervous about. With the circle chart, most of you probably know how to do a circle chart. The circle chart's the first chart we're going to use. I'm going to switch it up. I don't know. Did I do a circle chart where it was a half a chart and half chart in your room? Did I do that with you? I can't remember. I don't remember if I did that in your room or not.
I don't know. I've done one where it's split down this way and we use it.
Two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, either this way or this way.
For opinion?
Oh, yes.
Opinion,
We're going to show you with informative how I'm going to switch that up a little bit. So let's take out a lined piece of paper. I'm going to have you do something first with the circle chart, especially because we've got some new ones. So I'm going to meet the needs of all mine. I'm going to escape this. You'll notice that there are some things, we'll talk about some of the things that you already need to think about in your classroom. There are two things that I want you to think about over here as we get going. One of the things is your agenda, how I would say your agenda really needs to be set up in this form because your first unit is asking for, and by the way, I would say an informative paragraph, not an informative essay. The one thing that I like about Amplify is that it's asking them to master a paragraph first before the essay. So even though it says essay, I think that's too much for your second graders. I would really focus on a paragraph, okay? So one of the things that you want to do up front is start to think about the color coding organization of a informative paragraph, because that's where you're going to be starting. So this is going to be a real good visual for them, because if I use this as my agenda, and I don't have to agenda everything in my day, but if I say T equals today's agenda, I have my date up here, and I have reading and writing as my two agenda items, you can see that I'm starting to say, okay, today is, and I've lost track, today is the 22nd, so today is August the 22nd. We'll be focusing on reading. Here's my key idea reading, and in reading we're going to focus on the skill of recounting, and we're going to use some picture books. Do you see what we're doing right there? So topic, here's my star is, what are we working on? We're working on reading. Here's my strategy, and here's my activity. So let me write that down so you guys have this. This is my topic. So topic equals our day. So we're going to talk about it being, and this is again really modeling the day. It is Monday. August 2022. So I get to again model the date, commas, all that. We're gonna be working on the skill of reading. So here's your skill. This is your strategy. So in reading today, we're going to focus on the strategy of the BME storyboard. Let's do that. So kids know what the strategy is. And we're going to use mentor text, some picture books to do this. Okay, so that's going to be the only thing. Now I can keep this up for all week. The only thing that might change is this, which is my activity. So now my board is going to have this. I'm going to tell you why this is so important. Then in writing, here's my skill. Okay, my strategy, and it's really in writing. It's even bigger. We're working on the skill of an informative paragraph. Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot of strategies that I would use. And then what are we going to use? Well, we're going to, again, use picture books. We're going to use mentor text, all that kind of stuff here. Again, here's my mentor text again. And at the end of the week, I'm hoping that you'll be able to write a little paragraph. Now, what I love about this agenda kind of model for kids is that right from the get-go, ladies, you're modeling the organization of an informative paragraph. Green, yellow, red, layered. Yellow, red, layered, conclusion. So if you get this up right away and you do reading, writing, you guys can even do math here too as well, then you're really teaching them in our paragraphs will have green, yellow, red, red, yellow, red, red, green. That's a paragraph. For second grade, that's what we want. This paragraph right here, this organization, that's what we're shooting for at the end of your unit. I would say that would be more important than an essay. And I imagine I would probably, if I was a second grade teacher, I would probably just say we're going to hit a paragraph first, because if you can't write a paragraph, you're not going to be able to write an essay. Mm-hmm. So you need to go back and kind of maybe pitch that idea. The one thing that I love about Amplify is they're actually saying at the beginning, let's write a paragraph. So that's a good thing, that's a plus. So, okay, so let's do T equals things to think about. And again, every time I take notes, I'm going to really use my color coding system, so things to think about. So we're going to take our green and highlight that green. There's our topic. Today, there were many things that Mrs. Westerberg asked us to think about. So there's my topic sentence. So I take this T, which is my topic or title, and I turn this, again, you guys, into my topic sentence. So things to think about. Mrs. Westerberg gave us many things to think about before school begins. There's my topic sentence. Okay, one thing that she said would be to set up an agenda. Okay, so set up an agenda. And this is where I put my transition. So one thing, so here's my transition. So one thing that I need to think about before school begins is that I need to make sure that we're setting up an agenda. Okay, there's my yellow. There's my key idea. Okay, there's my yellow. Okay, now what's really going to be important that I model is this idea of dash and dot. Okay. Okay, so when I set up an agenda, one of the things that I want to do is I want to have my symbols up on my board in some way. So kids start to see symbols and color. Those are the two things that I want to make sure that I'm doing. These symbols, which can be found in your notebook. You can laminate those. Lisa, have you used those before?
Yeah, in fact, we laminated a whole set for every teacher in our school, in our building.
Awesome. Wow, that's called 100% buy-in. Does everybody use them? Okay, so here's one thing that I would suggest after we go back. When you talk about your non-negotiables, I think that's just an administrator component. That's again, a mountain you can't die on, but an administrator needs to say, okay, or your coach or whoever's in your building is going to say, what are our non-negotiables? That would be one of those that are non-negotiable. In all my schools, We always started out with that non-negotiable that we're gonna all have the same symbols and all the colors and the agenda's gonna look the same, but we had those that didn't. But with our walkthrough tool that we used to just walk in and see how things were going, it immediately changed and everybody had it. We were shooting for 100%, that was our goal too as well. So something to think about when you go back. Again, holes in students' instruction if we're not all playing the same game, right? You know that, Lisa, for sure. Okay, so we've got our symbols and our color. We want to make sure that we're doing, we're focusing on, and let's just do an example here. T equals star dash dot. That's what we're looking for. Let's just make a little one so we have that as a reminder. So there's my topic, there's my title, our agenda for the day. We've got our skills. We're going to be working on reading and writing and math if you want to include math. And then we're going to focus on what are the strategies and what's the activity for the day. So this is really what we're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and label. This is our topic, our title. The yellow is going to be our skill. The dash is our strategy. And the dot is our activity. Again, we don't want this to be secret. This is what we're gonna start every lesson with, guys, and this is how we end it now. When we talk about bell-to-bell instruction, guys, we're looking at, okay, how do I start my lesson? How do I end my lesson? There's a lot that's in between, but you always wanna start with what is my learner objective. Always starting with my learner objective and then ending with my exit strategy. Always stopping to say, okay, guys, let's go back to our learner objective and let's make sure in our learner objective that we met it. So I always start with the learner objective and I always end with the learner objective. So let's come down here with another star. So another thing I want you to think about is when we talk about instruction, there's my big dog. We're gonna talk about instruction. Okay, the first thing we wanna make sure is that it's explicit. That's gonna be important, so it's explicit. We're really going deep on our lessons. Okay, so now we've got instruction. There's our yellow. So another thing that Westerberg talked to us about is instruction. One thing that she talked about is explicit instruction. There's my dash. We're going to do bell-to-bell instruction. Okay, so now we've got explicit instruction, bell to bell. So this is what I want you guys to be thinking of. So another example would be, you start your lesson with a learner objective, your I can statement. Okay, so here's your learner objective, which could be, you guys, your I can statement, as long as your I can statement includes the strategy. So that's going to be really important. Most I can statements that you buy it from Teacher Pay Teacher or oftentimes even in your teacher manual, it'll have an objective, but it's missing the strategy. So you want to make sure that if you're going to use an I can statement, that you make sure that the strategy is embedded in there somewhere. So I can write a paragraph, okay? That doesn't tell me much. I can write a paragraph by using 2-column notes, by using a circle chart and 2-column notes. You see, I've added that strategy right in there so that they know our goal is to write an informative paragraph, but the pre-writing strategy is I've got to do a circle chart, I got to do a tree chart, I got to do 2-column notes. Those are the strategies I'm going to use to get them to write that informative paragraph. So learner objective is one thing you're going to start with. You're going to start and end with the learner objective. So you're going to make sure that you have, that it's explicit, it's bell to bell, that you're stating your learner objective at this beginning and you're also ending it. So I always say, let's go over a learner objective, my turn. I can write a paragraph by using a circle chart, a tree chart, and 2-column notes. See my I can statement? So just saying I can write a paragraph, it's going to go a little bit deeper. And then at the end, I'll say, after I teach them how to use those, I'll go back and I'll say, okay, readers and writers, let's go back and look at our learner objective and see if we met the target. Because our target is circle chart, tree chart, 2-column notes. And then we go back and review it. So I always start with that the learner objective and end. So turn and talk to your partner. Is that something that you automatically do? Or tell your partner what you do when you're starting a lesson and ending a lesson. Turn and talk real quick with your partner.
No,
See, I do sometimes.
it's harder with reading because you're
So these are
covering
the ones that you
so much.
copy, you may
So many
have
different
noticed that I have
skills.
in my So it says I have those on my board.
Oh,
okay.
Try.
So instead of my paper one that I have up there, that I just write on.
So I don't really, I can't,
Oh,
I'm.
okay.
Reading and writing.
Okay.
A little bit more like.
Alright, so you have to change that.
You use that in your iPad, that's how I set it up.
Okay.
Read it to them, we go through it.
Okay.
Right. And
So do you
Yeah.
have reading, writing, and math?
I just
On
have
the
one
board.
and I change it as I go.
Oh, throughout the day?
Usually working.
Okay. And do you have both the dash
Yeah.
and the
No, I need to make sure I have it on.
Okay.
But one thing you can do too to save time is get just your whiteboard and have it on there.
Written on there ahead of time.
We'll try.
But you have that on the board so that they always see that? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so I have to do that.
Okay, so hopefully you've got a system in what you're doing. You want to make sure you're setting up your agenda. You want to make sure your instruction is explicit. Your learner objective is your I can statement is posted, and it really is really a good place. You can put it right in here too as well. But just those are going to be really important to think about at the beginning of the year. The other thing that I want you to start to think about is sentence mastery. To me, it is the biggest high leverage skill that we're not spending enough time on. And if they can't write a sentence, you guys, everything else falls apart. So that's why I really want September, you guys, for you to really emphasize in writing your sentence mastery work. So I'm going to put sentence mastery has to start right away. There are kind of two groups that I'm going to be focusing on today. So when we talk about sentence mastery, I'm going to be working on because, but, so sentences, because I think those are huge for our little kiddos, because it teaches them to write sentences that are higher level. So because, but, so sentences are one thing I'm going to start right away with that, okay? And then the other sentence, I'm going to give them lots of, we're going to really do, I like to move it, attach it to text if I can, but initially sometimes it's just fun sentences that are authentic, that kids can relate to, but I immediately move that right into, we're going to be writing because, but, so sentences based on every story that I read in my core curriculum. Okay, so you guys, one of your exit strategies could be for them to write a sentence about what they've read that day. Just very, very simple, okay? So at the end of this, or at the end of the lesson, I might just quickly say, depending on my time, I might just say, guys, let's just go back and review our I can statement, see if we made it, somewhat made it, didn't make it, which, by the way, this isn't my favorite because everybody does it and you're not really sure if they really understand it. But the other thing that I might do is on here at the end of the lesson is to write a sentence about is to do a little bit of sentence writing or one sentence using the sentences I'm teaching. So it's a little bit of sentence writing. This is where I wouldn't make it very formal. Could be on a whiteboard, could be a verbal rehearsal, an oral sentence with your partner. But I have to teach this first before they can do that, okay? The other one is the because, but, so just, again, attached to mentor text. If you can, or something that's authentic. And then the other group of sentences is the who, what, when, where, why. It's the W sentences, which are over here. So again, I'm going to go over this a little bit more in just a bit, but when we go over here, another thing that you need to have on your board somewhere when you're teaching, not only the because, but, so. So first of all, I haven't laminated anything with because, but, so, but I would. So the first thing I would start with is a 3-part and a 4-part sentence. That's where I would start, is a 3-part and a 4-part sentence. That's probably the easiest way to go. And I'm going to kind of walk you through a 3-part and a 4-part sentence. I then would move to a because, but, so. So I have because, but, so here. I probably would go do this one first and then do because, but, so. Because, but, so are very specific to a skill. Because, to explain. But you turn the compare, and so is the effect of cause and effect. So because but so's are a little bit higher level, I have to do a little bit much more teaching with those conjunctions. So I like to start here. So one of the things that I like to do with my who, action, where, when, finish your thought is I like to laminate these and put little magnets so that I can teach my kids how to move them around. Do you see how, it works great. They even have a little set in their hand because sometimes I want them to move things around. So my kids have a little envelope that has these cards, and then I have this big one on my board. Because I'll say, because sometimes I can have them pull out those little cards, and actually create verbal sentences with the cart, but they're in front of them, or they're on the floor with them as we're working through them. All right, so let's color code these, you guys. So make a list. You want to make sure you're color coding these cards the same color. So who is red? Action, your verb, is green. Your where card is purple. Your when card is orange. Your why card is blue, and your how card is yellow. Those are the ones. And I do have a plain finisher thought because sometimes I'll do that. Let's write a 3-part sentence where we start with a who, an action, a finisher thought. So this is what I call a 3-part sentence, you guys. Who, action, finisher thought. Yolanda drove, finish your finisher thought, drove from Liberty Lake to Spokane or to Pendleton last night. See, there's my sentence. Yolanda, my subject, what did she do? She drove. Where did she drive? She drove to Pendleton last night from Liberty Lake. Oh, I could do this. Yolanda drove where? To Pendleton. When? Last night. See how I just did that? Yolanda drove where? To Pendleton. When? Last night. Oh, last night, Yolanda drove to Pendleton. See how I just did that? Oh, or when? Last night I could go, that wouldn't work. I could do this. Who, Yolanda, drove last night. When? Last night. Where? To Pendleton. Do you see I can move those apart all around? So you guys are going to want to do this. Now, if you open up your notebook and go to the sentence mastery section of your notebook, I want you to kind of find these because I have them in your notebook as well. So look at we'll get some tabs on these as well. But if you go to the sentence mastery, well, first of all, go to the active reading. I'm sorry. When you go to the first section, which is the active reading, you're going to want to find this right here, because these are going to be your templates for the agenda. They're already done. So find this in your notebook. These are the templates. Put a little sticky note on that. And then when you go to the sentence mastery section, there's the dashes. You want to put a sticky note here. And then would you guys find in the sentence mastery, the who, what, when, where cards, because that's the place we're going to want to put the colors. Oh, towards the end. I just noticed it. Yeah. Towards the end.
So would you teach them like action is a verb?
Yes, I'd say who is my subject?
Okay. So
Action is my verb. My when and my where are all connected to my setting.
would you go through and like do you have any lesson on nouns and verbs and adjectives?
I know I'm going to need to do that, but not before I do this. I'm going to start doing this, continue to keep saying, hey, who's our subject, but then I know that during my year in my grammar, if there's a grammar component, I would.
You're going to go and say, okay,
Yes.
who means noun and noun, okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm teaching this. I don't go deep on, I definitely don't go deep on it, but I definitely am always saying it. Oh, remember, is a noun, it's our subject, our action is our verb, it's our action, our where and our when are our settings, okay? So yes, as I'm going, I'm repeating, but somewhere I'm going to teach that as well, probably a little bit deeper. Okay, so color coding, red, green, orange, purple, blue, and yellow. Those are the colors that you want so that we're all using the same colors. Notice I have extra because sometimes it might look like this, you guys. Now the reason you want double up here is because sometimes initially I would add, for example, this is what I used to do. I used to add the who and the action, sometimes the what together, and then went to the when and where, but sometimes you might want to go, the sentence might be who, action, who. Yolanda drove with Sam where to the park, or drove to Pendleton last night. You see, sometimes it's a who, action, who. Yolanda drove with Sam to Pendleton last night. Do you see how that works? So sometimes I'll have extra who's, or I'll throw up in a what, another what here. Where's my what card? You guys see a what card? I'm missing a what card. Somewhere. You guys need a what card. I'll find it somewhere. I bet it somewhere. But yeah, you're missing a what card. And I can't remember what color the what card is. I'll look. Okay, so turn and talk. What do you think about this? I would say this is one of those things to think about. Have it ready to go right away. Turn and talk to your partner about how this might be helpful with teaching sentence mastery. I'll look for my other card.
You switch this. Okay. So.
Oh, you guys, pink is the what?
I think it helps them when they're writing and they're missing a part of it. Because sometimes they write a full sentence and you can be like, okay, now you gotta write your where or your when or whatever. You're trying to get them to like add to
Those cards.
I think so. Your sentence.
But see, I never looked at these.
I know.
So I just, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to pull out everything we gave me.
And I think that's basically,
Yeah.
yeah.
And they eventually learned about really simple sentences, complex sentences,
Mm-hmm.
that kind of stuff, and like the complex says yes.
Okay, now you guys, here's in the note taking, again, I'm gonna put on here, you're gonna wanna make a teacher set, that's your teacher set. And then you also wanna make a set for students and put them in little envelopes. Now, the reason I like the envelopes is for kids to play around with the cards verbally. They're not writing, you guys, they're using the cards verbally. Who's your who? Me, I, what did you do? I played. Oh, you played, where did you play? Oh, I played at the park, when? Yesterday. So they're just verbalizing it, but they have cards in front of them that kind of lead their conversation. So you want to teach your card set like I have on the board, and then you're going to want to have a set for students in a little envelope. And so when we're working on sentence mastery, I have them pull out that little envelope, and we just are creating little sentences on our desk, moving things around, and just verbalizing. You guys don't go to writing way too quickly. Okay, do a lot of verbal here. So that's another thing that you're going to want to think about to get ready for your kiddos as well.
Can we put them in baggies instead of envelopes, because baggies seal?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would do that. That's a good idea. And then you know what I would do for you? I'd collect them. I wouldn't let them keep them. I'd collect them, and then when it's time to do a 5-minute sentence mastery practice, we went out to recess. Let's all come on in. Let's really quickly do a real oral, what I call a verbal rehearsal on a 3-part sentence out of the park. What did you do out in the park? Out at playground. So really quickly, what did you do out at recess? What did you do during PE? What did you do during music? And very quickly, as your bell ringer coming back into the classroom, they could orally do a 3-part sentence with your kiddos, which would be kind of fun. So you're not practicing more than once during the day, okay? Set for students. Now the other things that I would laminate, and the other thing that I would make sure they have, and again, we have to make sure that we're looking at the needs of our kids. The other thing that I like to have up here, depending on what you guys are using at 2nd grade, this is what I use at K1, which is the editing pencil, right? But I would say at the beginning of 2nd grade, you could go from here to here based on the needs of your kids. This is where I differentiate. I would first have them write a sentence. You might want to take a note. What I'd like you to do, maybe as a pre-assessment first day of school, is have them write a sentence about something, and then you can see that as your baseline. So make a note of having them write a sentence about the day. Maybe at the end of your day, before you've done any teaching, at the end of day 1, have them write a sentence about something they did that day. That's going to be your baseline, your pre-assessment. That's going to tell me, you guys, where I need to start with them. Whether it's a 3-part sentence, which I imagine that's where you'd want to start right there. I played, what did you play? I played dodgeball at recess. You see, I'm not going to worry about the parts here, but I'm just going to say, think about your day today. Think about recess. Think about lunch. Think about what we learned today. Would you write a sentence about what you learned today? That's what I would do. Totally. Collect that. Kind of see where they are, where their holes are. That would determine whether I want to start with my editing pencil or my cups. Okay? And I laminate both those depending on my grade level. Well, you guys, at second grade, I would start probably, depending on your skill set of your kids, and this is where you differentiate. Sometimes my kids, we all start with the editing pencil, but some of my kids will move to the cup pencil sooner because they are able and capable. I like to see our classroom as not a one-size-fits-all, but kind of where take kids where they're at. We usually teach to a one-size-fits-all, and that's so not education, but sometimes as educators, because of our time constraints, we tend to stick with the one-size-fits-all, and we don't really meet the needs of everybody as well as we can. Here's one of those situations where you can say, okay, Johnny, you are ready for cups, so let me show you cups on one-on-one and let them go ahead and use the cups. But to me, you gotta go editing pencil, checklist, cups, in that order is what I would do. Editing pencil, checklist, cups. And the checklist is just another way to add just a few more things. You're just gonna have to decide what that's gonna look like for you. So editing, checklist, and then cups. Okay, the other thing that I think is going to be really important, you guys, I don't know if your core even has it, but these sound spelling cards are a must for your kids. Because now you're focusing on phonics, you're focusing on spelling, and so when kids are learning how to spell a word, they're going, okay, the word has a sound, so I need to go to my F card, my fish card. I say it's my fish card. I don't say my sound card. I say let's go to the fish card, and let's see if your word there are two ways that you can add an F. You can either add a singular F or a double F. So which one do you think of when we're thinking of the word cuff? Is it F or is it FF? Do you see how I'm teaching them now phonics on top of this? Does your program have this? I don't even know if Benchmark does.
That's the Journey's card.
Yeah, and Wonders too. Look, and there's a number of them. What I would recommend is to go ahead and pull this. It doesn't matter whether Benchmark has one. I'd imagine they don't, because Amplify didn't even have one. I would still make sure that you find this out of the.
I'm sitting at Jim right now.
You're gonna have it right in your. I just make it, email it. I'd have a big one on my board, and then I'd have a small one that they're having, because this is where I really want them. Now, in most of my classrooms, these are big cards. I wonder if we could. I like a big card up on the wall so that I can say, okay, let's go.
That's what we have, and I didn't take mine down with the.
Do you have a big one too? I'd keep them up.
Yeah.
But see, again, I don't know if Benchmark had that.
No idea.
But I'd use it anyway, right? There's some things that I think it's not one side, again, not one that I'm gonna use. I'm gonna use Benchmark, obviously, because that's our new adopted curriculum, but boy, I'll tell you, there's some things and maybe some of the others that I wouldn't let go of because they're really good. So that's the other thing you're gonna want.
So what are the lines?
Oh, that's just when kids are writing a sentence. So like sentence dictation. So when we're writing a sentence, this is where they would actually with the vis-a-vis write a sentence. So there's their sentence dictation, and I would do that with them. So that's why I put the lines there. Because then if we're studying double F, we're studying, letters at the beginning sound, then we're gonna write that. That's where my sentence dictation goes. Okay? So you're gonna have to put that somewhere in your day. Like, where's that go? I don't know how that, so that's the other thing that I would make sure that you're thinking about as you are kind of getting your classroom ready for sure.
Do you have either of those? Did you? I have something like that. Do you? Yeah. It's.
I will work on Wednesday.
That doesn't have.
Yeah, so what day?
I do have something like
Think
that.
about
Yeah, but I think I just sent it to us. Okay.
Oh yeah, I sent you the new text.
Does it look like that? What did you
There's
say?
like 3 of them. So
Okay.
there was a second.
Okay, so let's talk about our next thing, because I want to go into this, thinking charts. Let's talk about thinking charts. Thinking charts are going to be huge. In fact, sometimes I almost need like just one day to do charts. Not everything, but one day to be very specific and just say, today this training is only on practicing different thinking charts, because I never get past a few because of the time constraints. If I had a whole day, it would be a whole day of just thinking charts training, because there's so many different kinds of charts, and now based on your new core curriculum, you really need to know which chart goes with which skill. That's going to be really important. So for you guys just looking at Unit 1, I know that the thinking charts that I'm going to need to make sure that I have in place is the circle chart. I know I'm going to have to start with that. So circle chart is something I'm going to want to teach, start right away. And remember, in thinking charts, I'm going to talk about the fact that you start with phase 1 of instruction, and then you move to phase 2 and eventually to phase 3. Okay, so there's 3 phases to instruction. Sometimes we phase 3, get here way too fast. We gotta go back to phase 1 of instruction to teach them the strategy. So phase 1 is just the focus on strategy, and the students are the expert. So I don't have them do a circle chart with anything that I have to build background knowledge. I try to stay away from anything that takes reading to understand. I wanna teach the chart with something they know and love, that they can give you information on. Now, it's not 100% because some kids come in with very little background knowledge on a whole lot of different things. But for the most part, phase 1 is just focusing on the strategy. Phase 2, you guys, is now you're gonna bring in a little bit of text, but it's easy, it's high interest, and low reading level. So now my next phase is now I'm gonna show you how to do the circle chart, but we're gonna listen to a story that's high interest, or we're gonna read an article that's really low level, so they're not struggling with the words, okay? That's phase 2, so practice, practice. Phase 3 is grade level text, which by the way, is gonna be tricky, you guys, because your core curriculum is grade level text. So if they've not built in phase 1 and phase 2, that is where you have an issue, could have an issue. Because if your kids, like, for example, we were looking at Amplify, and oh my heaven, it's grade level or above. So if 60% of my kids in Great Falls that are coming in below grade level, that's gonna be really difficult for them. So again, a whole different set of strategies for what that grade level is gonna be and how many of your kids are gonna be able to read that on their own independently. So that's gonna be the other issue, is how do I get into phase 1 and a phase 2 before we go right to grade level text. If you go right to grade level text, then guys, it's gonna be hard for kids to do this, to get to this independently. And that's the issue with this, you guys. We go too fast with our kids. So we never get to independence because we go right to phase 3 and they're not gonna own it because they're trying to remember the strategy plus remember the sea of words on the page. It's just really difficult for them. But that's what I want you to think about. Can I get at least maybe a fun one, a low level, even though, I know I'm gonna read penguins with them, but maybe I can find a lower level penguin book that we can read first before we actually read the penguin story inside your venture text. And then, so that's kind of what you need to do. All right, I want you to kind of take a minute to talk to your partner about that. How is it normally when you think of instruction, when you go from phase 1, where you're focusing on the strategy, to phase 2, high interest, low reading level, to phase 3, grade level text? Turn and talk. I want you to kind of think through, well, how am I gonna task that? How am I gonna manage that with your partner? What are you thinking?
Yeah.
A lot of times I do it. Oh, about that. So, okay, because you can model that using you as a teacher. And then write a verse that that's great. Do things like that. So that's very useful for that one.
So
Easy text, you can find.
And I think this is why writing needs to be separate from reading, is because I think the reading is a different skill in others, and it's also like, they're not writing at the same level they're reading at necessarily,
you might
and
have
making
a
it
kid
kind
who's
of
just
true.
very good, or loves to read.
And I think it's like technique in writing, and I think it's hard because it's like, you're taking a kid that can't read and making it so they can't write to them.
It's usually the kids are supposed to read more
They
language,
won't.
they're more willing to
And giving them something easy that they can feel successful at. Successful, I think.
Right.
And
Yeah, it's just in the buy-in of like, you can be successful because sometimes I do it. And I
like you're saying, you have to allow.
Okay, guys, lots of talking about how to manage this. I'm gonna talk because I know most of, and again, most of your unit 1 sounds more informative because obviously the goal is an informative essay, but we're gonna say paragraph, plus recounting is a little bit of both, which I think is really hard. On this side, I'm gonna show you what I would start with all the thinking charts that are informative. So these are gonna be my informative right here on this side that I think we need to know, what you guys I need to walk you through. And this side is gonna be your narrative because you have to recount, so their kids are gonna have to recount. So you're gonna have to go back and forth to both of these. So when you think of the thinking charts for informative versus the thinking charts for narrative, that's gonna be really important. So I'm gonna stick with your informative thinking charts because guys, your first unit is informative. So I wanna make sure that I'm covering all those so you guys know which charts. So in the order that I go circle chart first, because that's defining, and it's a place for me to build background knowledge. I'm gonna move from there to the tree chart. You guys could potentially use a T-chart too, and maybe at second grade, a T-chart might be the way to go before you do the tree chart. It depends on, well, I'll show you both and then you can determine which one to go with. And remember, tree chart, we're classifying. We're just taking all of our information and sorting it in like piles. So that's classifying. So we're gonna build, I wanna know what they know. I'm gonna build a little bit of background knowledge on the circle chart. I'm gonna do then the tree chart, because I gotta take all these ideas and move them into a tree chart to sort them in like piles, right? So everything I know about penguins here, and then I take all that information, all those facts that we know about penguin, and now we're gonna put them in like piles. These are the things that they eat. This is what they look like. This is their habitat. So again, you're organizing all these ideas that you're having kids do into a tree chart where so they're classified as very organized. In order to go to writing, you're gonna take that information and go into 2-column notes. And then they're ready to write. So I want my kids at second grade to know that when they write an informative paragraph, they start with the circle chart, they move it to a tree chart, they then determine who their audience is into 2-column notes, and then they're ready to write their rough draft. Okay? Questions, thoughts? Stop me along the way. Yes?
So, is this something that you would do like day one, or is this something you're building up to?
Well, you guys don't have a lot of time to build up to it, unfortunately, because you start with that right away. So you're gonna have to, I teach one at a time, but for you guys, you're gonna have to speed it up a little bit. And this is where K1 really needs to help you. And so I'm just gonna say the burden on your shoulders is gonna be really big. And maybe in this first year, it's not gonna be perfect. And as you guys start to build capacity in your building and vertical alignment and horizontal alignment, it'll get better. I like to do each one individually, separately, and then show them how to put them together. But you guys are gonna have time to do that. Because you also have to do a tri-chart for comparing. Because if they're gonna ask your kids to compare, you need to know what that tri-chart is. So 2-column notes is also for classifying, but very specific for writing. It's the classify again, but now you're moving to the actual writing, your topic that you're gonna write about. But then your guys are gonna need over here to start doing the tri-chart. I don't think I've done the tri-chart with you guys before. So the tri-chart is on comparing, because they're gonna ask you to compare two different things. So in September, I know that for my informative writing, I'm gonna have to really start to embed these things. And I usually do them in isolation, but you guys may not. You just might have to just do it with them and just show it to them. I don't know. You got the month of September, but I don't know how many days are gonna, in your reading program, how many days you're gonna have before you get to this actually writing prompt that they're asking kids to compare. I just don't know that.
There's a 20-day foundations routine start
Ooh,
in this.
okay, so then that's good, depending on what they have and what they are asking you to do in that 20-day.
Yeah. And in the 20-day, all of this shared writing is, informative all through day 10. Then it jumps to narrative for 5 days and then goes back to informative.
So that's what's crazy. I just don't understand why they skip around like that. I just don't understand it. But again, you're gonna have district conversations of what the expectation is for writing. And that's really hard because usually their writing is connected to their reading. They try to do that. So you have your support of the reading to help with the writing, but when they're skipping and going from informative to narrative to informative, I probably would stick with informative and then do narrative is what I would do. I wouldn't go back and forth because it's just hard on kids, especially second graders. It's just really hard for them. So I probably wouldn't do that. But, okay, so the informative, there's quite a bit more with the phase over here. In terms of your narrative, you're going to want to do like, the first thing is you're going to want to teach them how to just annotate beginning, middle, and end. So beginning, middle, and end. You want them to just annotate with not a whole lot of structure. So they're doing it what I call a quick sketch. They're here. That's one thing that I would definitely do with a story. So I would give them a sheet of paper that had the beginning box, the middle box, and end box, and I would read it. I'd stop and I'd have them just draw what they, And again, I'm gonna talk through who are the characters in the beginning. What was the problem in the beginning? What was one of the events in the middle, and how did the story end? So again, I'm not teaching deeply this, you guys, but I am kind of starting to talk the talk. Oh gosh, in the beginning, remember our beginning box, we have to think of what were the characters, what was the setting, what was the problem, how did the character feel, what did the character decide to do, what was the plan, middle, what were the events, what's one event, and then the end, how did it end, how did the character feel at the end. So again, I'm talking the talk, but I'm really having them quick sketch that out, okay? The other thing that you're gonna wanna do here is you're gonna wanna do the storyboard or the BME. And it sounds like with you guys, it's more the storyboard, which I think is kind of appropriate for second grade. However, I would like you guys, if you have a third grade team that's on board doing the BME, at the end of second grade, you'd want to maybe start to have them see it so they don't go into third grade having it be totally new. So you got to look at who your third grade team is and what they're using, okay? So start with the storyboard. You could potentially move, and remember storyboard is all about beginning, middle, and end. You could move to the BME if you have time. And then the other thing here that's going to be really helpful is what we call the double bubble. Excuse me, no, never mind. Never not double, it's just the bubble. And the bubble chart is for describing, the skill of describing. So today we have a lot to do, you guys, if you think about this, right? On top of some other things. Okay, so circle chart, tree chart, 2 column notes, tri chart. On the narrative side, the BME, quick sketching, storyboard, and then the bubble chart where they're describing, okay? So that's a little thinking chart booklet so that I'm gonna give you an example of all of these. So you have it in one little booklet. So I'd like you to take about 4 sheets of paper, blank piece of paper, 1, 2, let's do 5, see how many we get. And let's fold it into a little booklet. So 5 pieces of blank paper, because I'm going to give you an example of each one so you have it in a little book so you can kind of see these are the charts that I'm going to need before we even begin. So let's write thinking charts on the front. And this is all going to be a part of what I call September start. Okay. So anytime I make a booklet for kiddos, anytime I have them do any kind of journaling, you guys, I always start with a table of contents. So let's set up our table of contents. Now you guys, for you, I'm going to have you draw out a table of content here. But you guys, I would probably make a table of content page for them and have them either glue it in here, do something with it, because it's just too hard for them to make. So if I were you, I would actually create a little template this size, tape it right in here for them. So it's already done. If you're going to create any kind of book for them. So we're going to go across the top, and we're going to have kind of a skinny column in that one end and another skinny column over here. Now I'm working on text features. So this is T equals, or table of content. Hey, just learned something you guys knew. Is it table of contents or table of content? What do you think?
I've heard table of contents.
Because it's one book, right?
But have you seen table of contents in places?
Yeah.
I know, it is really table of content, not contents. But I just learned that.
Oh,
I'm sorry. It's table of content, not table of contents.
Oh,
So something to think about. I thought that was kind of interesting. I didn't realize that. I think I always said table of contents, but it's table of content. Okay, so now in their table of content, when you actually are going to create one, this is what I would do. I would put your date over here, so when you're creating this for your kiddos so that they can actually glue it in here. And you guys, this is really good to have anyway, because when you set up their little journal, you're gonna wanna do the same thing. I would, if I were you at second grade, make one that they glue inside their little composition notebook, for sure. Okay, so there's the date, there's your title, but really, truly, you guys, I'm really working on what is the strategy that I'm showing them. So I always like to say, okay, this is your title, but it's really the strategy that I'm gonna help you with, I'm gonna help you focus on, and then, because sometimes I even have them, I'm doing this for you, but you could do this for them and let them have a little booklet where every time you introduce a new chart, it goes right in here. So now they have a model on my anchor chart, but they have a model in their books. All right, so then you've got your table of content. Okay, so the first one we're gonna do is, I'm gonna do the date or the page. Well, let's do the page. I always number pages up in the right-hand corner, really important, so let's just number. I don't write on the left side, you guys. I only have them right on the right side. So when I open up my book, page 1 is going to be on the right side. Page 2 is going to be the next page on the right side. Page 3 on the right side. Page 4 and so forth. Page 5 and so forth. Page 6, depending on how many pages you guys wrote. Okay? Okay, so an expectation, here's some expectations on each page. Okay, for your second graders. Okay. And in that template, then what would make it easier, this is where then you're going to teach to that chart. You're going to color code that chart so that they can see the color coding system. And then you're going to practice that chart before you apply it to your reading or writing. Okay, so we're gonna make a template, potentially, for my second graders. I kind of probably think that might be the way to go. I'm gonna teach to that template. We're gonna teach them how to color code. We're gonna practice it, and then we're gonna apply it in our reading and our writing. Now, here's what makes me a little nervous, because you don't have a lot of time. There's not gonna be a whole lot of practice, but if you're doing it all year long, maybe in unit 1, it's not gonna be, it's gonna be an I do, we do more like. And then maybe in your next unit, it's gonna be more of a we do, y'all do. And then maybe in that last unit, it's an independent. You're gonna have to kind of think of that across your year and go, okay, initially, I know in unit 1, they're not gonna own it. It's not gonna be independent, but I'm gonna be okay with that because I'll hit it again. All right, so let's talk about our circle chart and all the expectations. So in a circle chart, we start with, and make sure you guys, you can see this here online. Sometimes they don't look behind me, so let me know. We always start with our box, our frame. And I'm gonna teach you how to set it up. But you guys, the templates are in your notebook under thinking chart section. Okay, so there's your frame. Okay, so step 1 is draw. Okay, we're gonna label our frame with the word frame so kids know that this is really important, because the frame is where we really go deeply on what's inside the frame. We wanna know, well, where did we get our information? Why is this important? We're gonna cite evidence, those kinds of things. Whose perspective? So I'm gonna go deeper on the outside. Okay, how do you know what you know? It's getting them to think about their thinking. Okay, so then in a circle chart, we always, and again, I didn't always include this, but I'm going to now. You have to have this bottom section down here, because this is really probably one of the most important parts of the chart. We're gonna draw a really big circle, and then we're gonna draw a little circle. Okay, so those are our shapes. That's another step. Okay, so we're now gonna color code. This is gonna be where we put our topic. There's our green. This is where we're gonna put our conclusion. We're now, after we get done, we're gonna have them think about their thinking. Now, you guys, In some of these frames or in some of these charts, this isn't as important than others. For example, in the skill of comparing, if kids do not draw a conclusion on comparing, they're not going to get 2 points out of 2 points. So on our SBAC, state assessment, if kids, when asked to write a compare short constructed response at 3rd grade, so this is why it's important for you guys, if they don't include a conclusion, they won't score a 2. That's so important.
Okay.
Like, what do you notice? Why is this important? That's really important. So you guys have to start that thinking of, I got to get them to at least verbalize this for me, because if they don't, then what they're going to do on their paragraphs, they're going to say, I hope you like my paragraph about what's the same about a camel and a donkey or whatever they're having to do, or 2 authors. So this is going to be really important. This is where I'm going to label C equals. This is where you're going to draw a conclusion. Okay, now, and I'll give you a hint here as well too as we get to it. All right, so now what we're looking for is the topic. I usually have a line here, so T equals. There's my topic. What am I going to be defining? I also want to label this chart so my kids know that the circle chart, which is the strategy, is connected to the skill of defining. Okay, now at 2nd grade, that's why I kind of feel like you guys should make a little template that they just kind of make it an interactive kind of notebook, or a little interactive picture book, where you actually are minimizing this, making it small, and actually letting them tape it in there.
And actually what I found was I just made a booklet stapling the full-size ones
Oh.
because I
That
had
you- oh.
all about books. There was so much frustration with kids because their handwriting, they can't write small enough. So we ended up, I don't know how many we did, little,
Uh-huh.
and then I was like, you know
Yeah,
what,
But you need to make a big book,
so we made a big book,
the big
stapled it.
templates.
Yes.
That's what I would do,
so helpful.
totally at 2nd grade, because then they're not worrying about the space.
And then
So
we
yes.
eliminated that.
Yeah, so you guys make it, I would say, and here's what I would do by unit. Because you guys know that in your first unit, you need all of these, then your book is gonna have these specific ones. I would actually make a little booklet that has these specific ones, and I'll show you what each one looks like so you know which ones you need to go pull, okay? That make sense? Yeah, makes way more sense with your little kiddos is to have a bigger one, because again, they write so big. So we're just gonna give an example here, but you guys have ideas of what in what order. I always start here. Now inside this is where, now I like to now not have it whole, but to divide it, and there's a reason why I like to divide it. Okay, so inside this topic sentence is where I'm going to include my elaborations. Okay, so all of the thinking that happens based on this topic, okay? And I like to do it in half. Now here's the reason why I like to do it in half now. What I'm finding is that our students are coming to us with very little background information. Do you agree? I mean, like, and usually we go right to, well, at least I did. It's a transparent moment for me. I don't know that I spent a lot of time or as much time as I needed to with prior knowledge and background knowledge. I always checked for the prior knowledge, but they did not always have a lot. But I didn't take the time to build background knowledge before they write, before they read. And I think we need to start doing that, you guys, because we're not helping those kids who have nothing in their short-term brain. So this is where I'm going to say on the top half, you guys, I'm going to really focus on prior knowledge. What do you know about that topic? And it might not be very much, but that's okay. Because what I'm going to do before you actually read the mentor text, I'm going to help you by building some background knowledge. Now I'm going to also stop at each one to give you some ideas so you guys can start to do some planning too as well. So I'm going to start with prior knowledge. That's one of my categories that sits outside. So this is where I tell them I'm going to have them do inside the chart. Here's my prior knowledge and here's my background knowledge, okay, as well. So prior knowledge versus background knowledge. to tell you the truth, you guys, I like to show a little short video here if I can. So a short video on friendship, a short video on penguins, a short video on volcanoes, some short little, 2 minutes to build, okay? Or a really low-level picture book or reader. Very, very low level, okay? Okay, now what I do is up here, you can do it one thing that I found really, really helpful for my little kiddos, and I'm gonna give you guys some because this is gonna be really important. I'm gonna give you little ones, but I give my kids big ones. Did you guys share these? Okay, so what I've been doing with my kids, that there's just something about it. I like it, especially for primary, but when my kids are building prior knowledge from something that they're watching, I use sticky notes. So I will give them 3 sticky notes to actually draw, sketch what they've learned. So I'm only really looking for building their background knowledge by using 3 sticky notes. And what I love about this is that kids can, this is a fact, this is a fact. So T equals fact, T equals fact, T equals fact. And my kids are then, in that video, you guys, they're sketching. And if they sketch, remember they have to label and write. So I'll show them a little video where they sketch and label, right? About 30 seconds in, we'll stop. Okay, what's one fact that you know about penguins? Oh, let's watch a little bit more. What's another fact that we learned about penguins? Okay, and then remember you're gonna have one big circle with a little circle, not very pretty, but we'll just do the best we can. Oh, that's better. This is where I want that spinner thing, what's that called? Protractor, or there's a name for it. Protractor, that's what I would like, the protractor, because I kind of, a little bit that direction where I'm one of those students that would don't like that one, I want to redo that. Not very pretty. Some kids don't care. I am one of those that would want to redo this. You see, I don't like this one at all. But, do the best you can here. All right, so here's some ideas. Here's what I want you guys to do on the first one. Here's my idea for day 1. And I'm going to have you do it as a teacher, just as a kind of my bell ringer. But I want you to know that you could do this with them on the first day. So in this first one, day 1, let's say week 1, somewhere in my week 1, I'm going to put week 1 of school. And another week 1 of school. There are 2 probably in the first week of school that I would do, week 1 and week 1. These others you could do is practice another couple of different ways to practice it. Okay, in week 1, one of the very first things that I would want them to do is I would say, okay, I want you, because we're gonna start on a positive note, I want you to tell me, give me 3 things that you're grateful for. So I like the word grateful. And really working on, we need to be grateful. So on the top, I want you to give me 3 things that you're grateful for. You could give me something you're grateful for at home, something you're grateful for at school, but I want you for a minute to give me 3 things that you're grateful for.
Can you pull it down a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I gotta move this back up here so I can quit doing that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so 3 things that you're grateful for. You can sketch, label, or draw. Let's take a minute to do that. As a team, just you personally. So we're going to do this you as a way. So you're going to make one, and you're going to give me 3 things that you're grateful for. As I interact, how does your cat make you happy?
Because she will cuddle with me when I'm sad.
Very good. See, good. Coffee. What kind of coffee do you like the best?
An Americano with
And-
cream.
Oh, and And where do you go to get your copy? Because they're not all the same.
I go to Ground Up because it's cheaper.
There's your because sentence right there. Oh, that's a good one. Do you see what I've just done? Now I've made her layer her thinking by asking one of the W's on the thinking hand. Okay, so when you're sharing, even if I asked you more than one question, but usually teaching your partner that when you're sharing is to ask a question, this is what you want them to do.
So, can you clarify something for me?
Yes.
We're starting with them just trying to verbalize, like, okay, go deeper. What does that mean? And
it could just be a
doing it
verbal.
with a partner or doing it with a teacher or something like that. And that's where we're starting. We're not trying to get them straight to
We're just
write
getting
a
this.
sentence about it. It's
Right.
just say it out loud.
Yes.
Make it very clear out loud what you're trying to say.
Yes, because what you're trying to get them to do is this dot, you guys. You're trying to get them to verbalize this dot so that when they write, they're layering their thinking. That's really what you're wanting to do in this. Now, it's not a big deal, but I can start to verbalize with kids and get them to start giving me a little bit more, just like I did with you. It's hard unless they know the 5 W's so that I can, and usually when I'm teaching my kids when they're talking to one another is to ask one of these questions, but you guys, I'm gonna have to model this a lot. What? And I have my hand up. What should we do today? Well, where should we go today? Well, why is that important to you? I'm really using this because this is what I want them to do when they're responding to their partner. So yes, it's pretty informal. It's not writing, it's not formal, but it's starting to get them to think about, well, do DQ, I can't picture that. Because if a student or a reader has ever been to DQ and you say, I love DQ, what is that? What is that? Is it a store that has food? Is it a store that has shoes? I have no clue. So this is where we want them to get that dot, okay? Okay, and you said something else. You said your cat, you said coffee, and what was the other thing?
My family.
Oh gosh, I can't picture that. So how many members are in your family?
4.
See, that's all I need. So now I know that there's 4 members in your family, other than the fact that you just said family. Is it making sense? Okay, now I want you to do it again, but now your listener has to ask a question. So do it again, and your listener has to ask one of the W questions when you share. Go.
Where does the H fit in there, the how?
It's usually I put it in here in the middle of it.
You do?
Yeah, the H there. Yes, how.
Okay.
Add an H there. This one doesn't have the H. I would definitely add it in there. That's not the one I want. I'll show you some examples as well. Okay, so there we go. Go this time. All right, so you guys, now what I'd like to do is we've got the top, and you guys were doing this, but I've added in a lot of instruction along the way. This bottom part is where I want you, now first of all, you're gonna do this in the perspective of the teacher, not the perspective of the student. So this one is really from the perspective of you. I'm gonna turn around and show you how I would do this with students. It wouldn't be this, but today I want you to talk about your needs, your literacy needs. Okay, so I want you to give me 3 needs that you have right now that's just kind of raising your, and I know it's more than 3, but your top 3 big dogs. When you think of school, and you think of your job, what are 3 big dogs, 3 needs that you know you're gonna need some support and help with? So for me, you guys would be benchmark, right? That's gonna be, I would put that down. That's gonna be one of your needs. I would also, before your training, come up with a bank of questions for them, for whoever's training. Hopefully somebody's coming in to train, right? I would definitely have some questions ready to go before you even go to this week. Like, how much explicit instruction is there? Where do I go to find the learning to write versus the writing to learn component? I know they're gonna have to write. Where do I go to find that? Is that explicit? Does it have step-by-step instructions for me as the teacher to tell me how do I get them to recount? Or does it just assign me? So I want to know where the explicit directions are. That's number 1. I would like to know about the writing and about the writing process and how that's built into the program and what the expectations are there. And can I write a paragraph? Can I start with a paragraph versus do I have to go right to an essay, which by the way just seems silly at 2nd grade, but that would be something I would definitely ask for sure. To me, the big dog is where the explicit instruction is. Because most core curriculum, we're really good at assigning it in the textbook, but it doesn't show you step by step on how to teach it. So I'm not sure about benchmark and what that is, but I've been thinking of some questions, you guys, that you'd want to ask. And since they're asking them to recount and do an informative paragraph, I don't know, do you still start with narrative? That's gonna be something you guys are gonna have to think about, or do you guys move right into informative writing? I mean, I kinda think that's a mistake, but if it's there, maybe that's what you do, because there's gonna be some support there. Hopefully, there's support built in there. Okay, so come up with a couple other needs that you have as a teacher. Or as you're a teacher. So as a teacher, what are some needs that you know you're gonna have to think about before school starts?
My start schedule. Time to report to work. As a someone, what my day will look like. I'm gonna be able to place last year the way it was intended. Just to be out in one school building, like I'd say most of the time, but if we don't have anything to shade to any other school within the district. So it's like I kind of wanna know what my start and end time is gonna be, so I can plan people.
Yeah.
So that's one of my things right now, like what does that look like, start and end time. And then of course like
Okay, so here are mine. Mine is like, one of my biggest concern is vertical alignment. How do we make sure that we're all, collective teacher efficacy, growth mindset, we're all playing the same game to me, and that vertical alignment is key. Nothing is gonna move unless we do that, you guys. So I know you're trying, but you guys, you're gonna be the voices that go back and say, what's our vertical alignment look like in our building? What skills are we all focusing on in our building that's gonna help our kids? This isn't about me, this is about our students, and how can we build learning upon learning upon learning for our kids starting at kindergarten? So to me, for me personally, vertical alignment is key. Now ask me somebody throw me out, get your thinking hand, you gotta ask me a question, because vertical alignment, maybe I didn't explain it, so somebody throw out a question for me.
for vertical alignment.
Yeah, for vertical alignment. I said vertical alignment's really important, so now you gotta ask me a question, because I know you can't picture that, so just ask me any old question.
How do we get that started?
Yes, first of all, you go to your principal. So admin step number 1, how do we get that started? You go to admin and your coach, if you're lucky to have a coach in your building, and you say, where do we begin? What small piece can we all agree upon when it comes to literacy? And I always say 3 is my favorite, 3 big dogs. What 3 things that not everything in year 1, but what are 3 things that we can all agree upon? Collective teacher efficacy, see, that's gonna be really important. When am I going to teach those 3 strategies? So this is Lisa, where you have to say, these are the 3 I think, and I'm going to probably need to prepare those or teach those in a PLC, or there's videos that Yolanda has done that we could watch all together, kind of like a video study, where they're only anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, so it'd be easy to pull up one of those videos that I've done, and actually everybody watch it together, everybody have conversations about it. Okay, that would be step number 1. So you see what you've just done? Now you're gonna do that with each other so that your kids go do that. Okay, time. Somebody ask me a question. Lisa, you can't ask me a question. Somebody else has to ask me a question.
What
Oh.
is the optimal amount of time to spend?
Oh, good question. That's a what question. So time, I'm gonna have to, number 1, time for me, time to make sure that I can sit down before I start and kind of map out my weekly plan. First of all, I have to know where I fit everything. So we need to talk about that. But also, where do I fit the instruction? And I'm going to talk about that after we get done with this, I know that I have to have, and I'll just do a little bit here, but I have to have about a 15-minute time in my day where I call that my foundation time. And that's the time in about 15 minutes, you guys, every day that I teach the strategy. Not connected to any reading, not connected to any lesson, it's just focusing on the strategy. So for that 15-minute every day, I'm teaching them a strategy. I'm teaching them how to do a circle chart with everything they know about school or everything they know about their family, something very phase 1, they're the expert at, okay? I need 15 minutes. That 15 minutes is when I teach thinking charts, when I teach them how to write a certain kind of sentence, when I teach them how to do a BME, when I teach them how to annotate, when I teach them what we're going to do with a vocabulary word. So that's the time where I'm focusing on the strategy. Here's the goal, you guys. I think of my 15-minute, which is key. When I teach that strategy, like the circle chart, in my 15 minutes, I make them practice that in their reading. Okay, so now I've taught the circle chart, so now I'm going to make them practice that during reading time. So today, 2nd graders, you know how to write a circle chart. So today, our story is about friendship. So would you write in your circle chart everything that comes to mind when you think of the word friendship? Do you see what I've just done? We're reading an article about volcanoes. So because we're starting there, I want to know what you know about volcanoes. I'm going to build a little bit of background. I'm going to show you a little short a little short video on volcanoes before we even begin reading. Does that make sense? Teach the circle chart, practice it in reading. Now, if I've done that numerous times, when they get to the writing, the learning to write, it's step one in the writing process. You have to write an informative paragraph about volcanoes. So you're going to start out by doing a circle chart and writing down all the things that you know, brainstorming all the things you know about volcanoes. Do you see how this works? Teach in isolation, practice it during reading, apply it during writing. Okay, turn and talk. Tell your partner what I just said. What are the 3 steps? Turn and talk. Say it out loud.
Teach it.
15 minutes to teach it, then practice it during writing, and then apply it during reading. So,
Read other way.
Practice during reading and apply it during writing.
Okay, got it? Good. Verbal, a lot of verbal rehearsal.
writing instead of handwriting. Because
I think the biggest hurdle for that one, you guys, is finding the time. You guys, I have to let go of some things. I mean, that's a big one, but you know what I have found is that I don't know that I've seen any teacher's lesson plan, weekly lesson plan, where I wasn't able to find a place for it. Now that meant, though, we might have to rearrange some things or even take some things out that I do on a regular basis. I'm gonna have to prioritize that. So my mentor teacher said, Yolanda, you need to change up what you're doing. I said, well, do I have to give up that? Well, maybe. Her question isn't no or yes. She always came back and questioned me. She would say, well, that 20 minutes where you're doing that skill, are you seeing any transference of skills there? No. See, I didn't like her. I loved her, but I didn't like her. She really stepped on my toes. No, it's not. She goes, well, maybe then what do you think you could do with that time? So she never said do it or don't do it. She just made me think through, is that with that 15 minutes that I spent on that specific thing, good for my kids? Probably not. I liked it, and it was quiet time, and there was a lot of reasons I put it in there, but I don't know that it was effective and it was a good use of my time. So then I was able to rearrange some things and add that. Here's what I'm going to suggest. Could it be, I would recommend 5 days a week for that 15 minutes, but if you can only do it 3 days a week, that's better than nothing at all. So to me, if you can fit it in there 3 days a week, again, that would be better than nothing at all. 5 days is better, but you're going to think of where in your day could you do your 15 minutes of that, okay? Plus, you know what, I have to tell you guys, of my whole day, guess what part of the day is my students' favorite, other than PE and lunch?
recess.
And recess. Other than PE, what's their favorite part of the instruction? I'm just going to tell you, this 15 minutes is my kids' favorite, because they're drawing and they're color coding and they're getting to think of things that they know. It has nothing to do with that skill of reading, and it really has nothing to do with their skill of writing. So actually, that 15 minutes is pretty high leverage, high engagement, because kids love it. We're going to do a circle chart today. Woo! We're going to sketch and label today on something that they know and love. So to me, that's probably the best 15 minutes of the day for them. Because they see success right away. All right, so needs. My other one is writing to learn. Ask me a question about writing to learn. Maybe you could even say, play here, what is writing to learn? Okay, it's all the writing that I have my kids to do that's attached to a reading skill, like recounting, like summary, like comparing, like describing. All the skills that they have to write about in reading is this right here, writing to learn. Learning to write is walking them through the writing process. So I'm using 2 terms, writing to learn, learning to write. Learning to write is the writing process. Writing to learn is all of the writing they have to do that's attached to a reading skill. And they're going to get those short constructed responses somewhere. So when they're asked to describe 2 characters, or to describe a character or compare 2 characters, that's what we're talking about here. Okay, now you guys, for students, you're not going to ask them what their needs are. So on the bottom half, what would you want them to do? Turn and talk to your partner. What would you want them to do on the bottom part? This is for teacher perspective over here. And you could share that, but this is students. What could they do over here that's maybe not needs, but it's now a student approach? So turn and talk. What would you have them do on the bottom? Because this would be something I might want them to do in the beginning of the first week of school.
Uh-huh. That's a good way. Uh-huh.
What you want to learn? Did you guys say that?
Uh-huh.
Oh, good one. What you want to learn? I like to add a feeling, because feelings are so important with narrative. So sometimes I'll say, what do you want to learn? But it could be, what are you worried about? Or what are you happy at? Put in a feeling.
Excited about.
What are you excited about? What a feeling here on this side for kids. What are you excited about for school? Or what are your worries? Because sometimes we want to know what their worries are so we can meet them where they're at. So totally a feeling here. So so this is what I would do to get them to understand the circle chart, but also to maybe go a little bit deeper on what are their feelings about school, what do they want to learn, and so forth on this side, okay? All right, so let's go to this other one. The other one that you could do is one in which I did. So you're gonna write T, see, it's so small. This is gonna be the name of, now you're gonna do one on you. So your name of the student is gonna go here, your name of your student. And I like this, and I know I've done this with you guys before, because it's a way to introduce. So you're gonna introduce yourself. So this is an introduction to you. Now you guys can divide this either way. I'm gonna show you that sometimes I divide it in half this way. So I'm just gonna give you an example. It doesn't matter. So if you're doing an introduction like this and you want them, oh, by the way, over here, you always wanna go, well, why is this important? So let's talk about this over here. So this is my C equals. So C equals, and I always wanna ask, why is this important? And the other question is, what connection can I make? You're gonna have to, with your second graders, really break that down. What connection can I make? And that's like that text to self, what connection? And I'm looking for text to self, text to text, text to world, okay? So text to self, gosh, if I was sharing with my partner, my text to self, what connection, gosh, I noticed that a lot of these things on the top are a variety. It isn't all about family, and there's really some fun. What connection can I make with maybe another student? That's kind of what you're asking down here, okay, for your conclusion. Okay, now for your kids, another example, because this is gonna be really lead to what I call their topic page. So I'm gonna say it's an introduction of themselves, but it's gonna lead them to have what I call a topic page. So when they're writing in their journal, they're gonna come right here and pull some of these things to write about, okay? So on this side, we'll turn this around, it's their school me. Things that they think of about school that has to do with them, what things that they're excited about, what about school? The things that they like in school is the school me. This side over here is the home me. What are some things at home, okay? So now, and again, why is this important? Why do I want to make a circle chart that tells someone about the school me versus the home me? So I would hope that down here, you guys, they would say, well, this is gonna help me get to know other people, other classmates better, I get to compare maybe some of the things I like are the same as my partner. So there's a lot of things that they can say, but down here again, why is this important? Why would I wanna do this? Hopefully building relationship. Okay, so you've got that as your second. Now, I wanna show you mine. I'm not gonna have you do it because I know I've done this before, but I wanna show you mine. So this is where you're gonna take a sticky note because you're gonna wanna create a PowerPoint or a slide to show them, or you're gonna wanna make an anchor chart. Okay, so let me push this down here. And so here's and I do this with all my trainings. Here's an example of a circle chart where I just have created this and show them. Now you could do it on an anchor chart too, where it's T equals, it would be Yolanda be Mrs. Westerberg, I'll have to say my teacher name. Where I'd say, these are all the things that represent me. See, I'm defining me. That's what a circle chart's all about. I'm defining an item, a person, a symbol, a word. So when I think of me, these are all the things that come to mind when I think of me. So I'm introducing myself. You could do the same thing for them. Create one with words and pictures because you want them to turn around and do that for themselves. Now let's think about this one because I don't want to go too deep, but think about this one, you guys. If I was to do this, and notice on the corners, The corner is for what's influenced you. Why is this important? Cite the evidence. So when I look at all the things inside my circle chart that define who I am, who's really influenced me? Well, my job has influenced me. My family has influenced me. My faith has influenced me. And Mrs. Kendall, my 4th grade teacher, has influenced me. She's the reason I'm a teacher, because she was such a fabulous teacher. And I wanted to be just like Mrs. Kendall. So she influenced me. And these are all the things that I like. Okay? So let's think about that. If my kids are in their journal writing and they go, I can't think of anything, guess what I'm going to have them do? Go to their circle chart in their journal, in their composition notebook, and write about something they have actually drawn inside their circle chart. So I could write about my great husband, and a time when I cut his hair, or a time we was at the table and he was eating rice and we laughed and rice came out his nose, where he almost drowned, or he almost had me drown when I was working on the septic tank, or when I cut his hair and I used the wrong blade, or when we went to Hawaii and saw a huge sea turtle. You know, those are just small moments. But I could even write an informative paragraph about sea turtles or how to play tennis. All these are things that are about me. Do you see how this works? You probably would want to show them yours and then let them create one. 2 other ways that you can practice a circle chart. So down here, there's a purpose for these 2, because I want you to think of 2 other examples. But I'm going to show you some examples, and then I want you to, with your partner, come up with 2 things you could potentially practice a circle chart with your kiddos. As a sub, I would do a little circle chart. If your teacher hasn't done it, you could do a circle chart just to introduce yourself as the sub for the day. Do you see how you can easily do this? I'd have one done, maybe do an anchor chart, so you could actually show them a circle chart so that you're introducing yourself in that way. So for you, that might be something you just have prepared in advance. And then it's a way for them to get to know you. Plus you're teaching them. Okay, so let me just show you some examples. So take out a sticky note, because you're going to want, I'm not going to necessarily have you make them, but put a sticky note so you can kind of identify 2 other ways that you're going to practice it, okay, after some of my examples. Then you might come up with some others based on what you already know. And the other thing too, you guys, is I would definitely look in Unit 1 of your week 1 or your Unit 1 of your reading, and I would look specifically at what the phonics instruction is. So maybe, Lisa, you can just say in there in Unit 1 what your phonics focus is.
Short vowels, 1-syllable words, initial and final blends, and consonant digraphs.
Okay, so I want you to put on your ideas short vowels. Put short vowels, because this would be a great way to support short vowels. But I also want you to think of topics or other things. Okay, so that's going to be a good one. You could possibly pick a couple of others. Okay, so remember, you guys, your word, your symbol goes in the middle. Your context, everything you know, goes on the outside. And then the corners are to cite, tell me why this is important, whose perspective, a lot deeper. All right, so here's one on food, where they just, we're going to be learning about food. And here's some ideas. It might not be appropriate for you guys, but I'm thinking the next one's going to be a good one for you guys. Okay, oops. Sorry, guys. Look at this one. See, this is one in which every teacher that I have initially, they love this for some reason. They like to take their phonics skill, whatever they're working on here. And now this is a big anchor chart. So the letter B, all the words that start with the letter B. You see how that works? Could be ending letters that end with B. So this is where I'm thinking you could do that with your, what did we say it was?
Short vowels.
Short vowels. Mm-hmm. So each one of your anchor charts is a short vowel, and they're just on a word hunt for words that have a short vowel. Do you see what you're doing? Mm-hmm. So now we're going to be working in the next couple of weeks on short vowels. One short vowel is our O. What are words that have that same sound, that spell, that sound? Okay, so that's another idea. Now again, think of beginning sounds. You can see beginning sounds. They were working on the beginning sound of, look at SP, ST. So you can see there what skill they're working on. And they were just looking for words that focus on that skill. So that's an idea. Again, here's one on nouns, and then even one on friendship, because my first theme is friendship, so I'm going to read a lot of books that are about friendship, so I want him to really give me a lot of words that come to mind when we think of a good friend or a friendship. So that's just another idea or another way to look at that. Could be grammar. Noun, what's a noun? The person, place, or thing. Let's think of all the examples of a noun. Sometimes I even give the magazines and I have them do a cut and paste because it's kind of fun to just change that up. Here's one on, I love this one over here. It's really working on synonyms. Okay, so, and especially what I like about this one, you guys, is that sometimes they use very low-level words like
Big.
like stuff. I don't know what stuff is. What happy, sad. They use like these lower-level terms. So sometimes I like to start when I'm working on my vocabulary. I'll say, well, the word that I've been seeing you write is things. Let's think of some other words instead of the word things. And so oftentimes when I see a word, low-level word that a lot of my kids are using, then I'll create a circle chart to give them some other words to pull from. There's your word. That's your word wall right there, you guys. It's a circle chart. It's a word wall. The one that here's, when I talked about, you're teaching it during your foundation time, your 15-minute foundation time, 3 to 5 times a week, depending on when you guys add that in. And then I'm practicing that during reading time. Here's an example of writing. So this is step 1 in the writing process. This student is going to write about her cat. So see, I don't have to teach her this chart as step 1 of the writing process because I've already practiced it in isolation. We've practiced it numerous times during reading. So when I'm teaching them to write a little paragraph about their cat, step 1 of the writing process, you guys, let's brainstorm everything we know about my cat. Does it make sense? That's why now it's not what I call this crazy cycle where I'm teaching this and that, a little bit of here and there. I have it in my mind. I'm going to teach them a circle chart. They're going to practice it during reading, but when we get to writing, I don't have to reteach this. They already know it because this is step 1 of the writing process. We're going to brainstorm everything that we know about your cat, everything we know about volcanoes, everything we know about swimming. Does that make sense? That's why this is so important, so you can see that this student had a lot of information about her cat because her paragraph is going to be about her cat. Okay, here's another one. This is what I like when we get to informational text. So eventually, you guys, this is when you're reading an article, this is the one that I want you to go to. On the top, what I know about that topic. On the bottom, what I found out or what I learned. This is the one you want to get to. What I know and what I learned. Well, can you see yourself doing this together? You're reading, you're doing it together, they're giving you an idea, you're putting it on the chart, eventually they're putting it on their chart. No, I like to do it first, then I like them to verbalize it, and then I like them to write in that order. I model, they verbal, I'm still writing, it's a lot of I do, we do, and then they're then writing. So in that order, don't get them to writing on their own too quickly. Gotta model this quite a bit. This is the one I'd like you guys to get to when you're reading informational text. Okay, here's one on class rules. I love this one, and then you can even use it in math. So when I think of where I can use it, I can use it in a lot of different ways, you guys. I can use it in math. I can use it class rules. Think about this would be a great week 1. What are all the class rules you think are going to be really important for us to be good learners? Do you see? I could just immediately do that right away. We could do this together. Week 1. We have to talk about rules, don't we? Could I do one on class rules? Could I do one on lunch rules? Could I do 4 different circle charts with 4 different places of rules? How fun would that be? So not just one chart, but 4 charts. One on classroom rules, one on lunchroom rules, one on playground rules, whatever is going to be most important. I would rather do this than have her read the handbook. I'd rather teach them a circle chart and do this with the circle chart than have them just read the handbook, which we had to do every year. I don't know about you guys, but we have to. Okay? Here's another one on math, you guys, right away. But this would be a really good pre-assessment. What comes to mind when we think of the word 6? What are some combinations that we could use for the number 6? So again, this is going to help us know what they know in math, but another way to use the circle chart. Parts of speech. I give them each a card. When I introduce verbs, I give them each a card. Give them a verb, they draw it, it goes up on the bulletin board. So another way to use the circle chart. All right, so let's go to our table of content. We worked on the circle chart of defining on page 1. Now we're going to go to our next chart, which is pages 2 and 3. Okay, so go ahead and put this in your table of content under thinking charts. obviously I'm going to show you in the order that I use them too. So I want to show you the order that I'm going to teach them in during my foundation time, practice during my reading time, apply it during my writing time. So there's a rhyme and reason to all this, you guys. So a circle chart first, and then a T chart or a tree chart. I'm going to do those on 2 different pages so you can see the difference. And again, the skill is classifying now. So we're going to take all the things, the ideas that we have in a circle chart. Now we have to teach them how to organize that. Okay. All right. So let's go to page 2.
Could you make that bigger?
Yes, I can. Thank you for reminding me. Much better. All right. So now we're going to go to page 2 and page 3. So remember on our page 2, I always like to have that little line up here to have them give our topic. So this is T equals a, we're going to start with the tree chart because I like a tree chart before a T, but I'll show you the difference. Okay, so a tree chart, I'm going to do a tree chart. The scale for a tree chart is classifying, and I tell them it's like sorting. Another word for classifying is sorting. So if you guys want to put that word, do that. Classify means to sort in like piles. And I like this because, and I always kind of do that when you wash your clothes, you put your clothes in a dryer, and when your mama asks you to take those clothes out, you just don't randomly fold your clothes. You usually have your towels in one pile, your shoes in one, your socks in one pile, your pants. That's to organize your thinking. So when it's time to go put them away, you have light piles to put them nice and neatly away. Okay, so here's our tree chart. The skill is to classify. Another word for classify is sort. So we're going to turn our paper this way because this is where we want our chart now. It needs to go landscape. So we still always start with our frame. Okay. We always want to label our frame because our frame is the corners. I tell my frame, the frame is the corners that tells us, that makes us think about what's inside the chart, okay? We always have to have that bottom part where we draw a conclusion. So let's make sure we have that section here. You guys can see that hopefully really well. Here's C equals, here's my conclusion. We always want to teach them to label. This is our tree chart. We don't want this to be a circle, a secret. We want them to be able to know that this strategy is the tree chart, and this strategy goes with the skill of classifying. Got to make sure we're saying it with your second graders. Okay, so to classify. All right, so we're going to start with the box up here. This is my T equals. So we're going to highlight that green. And we're going to, our conclusion down here is green. Okay, we're going to take everything, everything that we know, and now we're going to move it into what we call categories, or main ideas, or criteria, or steps, depending on what we're doing. So we come down here, I always start with 3. But leave enough room for more than 3 because it depends on what's in my circle chart and it depends on how much I research what my categories are going to be. So it's really important. These are my yellow. So you're going to take your highlighter and highlight those yellow and with a potential of being more. The symbol I use is a star. Okay, and then underneath it are my dashes. I don't worry about dots here as long as they have dashes. Now when I get to the next level, I'm going to really have to teach them how to layer, but right now I'm only really working on dashes right now, my elaborations. Okay, so then those are my pinks. Okay. So that's the setup. Usually on this one, I always like, why is this important? The conclusion is usually, why is this important? Usually I ask that question down here, why is this important? And then in the corners, especially when we get to reading, it's really to cite their information. Where'd they get it? So cite your sources. Where did you get it? Where'd you get your information? How do you know what you know? So I tell them up here, you're going to cite in the corner. Oh, I got this from the National Geographic book, or I got this in my reading textbook, or it's a picture book. Okay, so I'm citing, where did I get my information? What are my sources? Another word for this that I'm using with my second grade or sources. This is really important because in Smarter Balance, they are always saying source 1, source 2, source 3. So if we get our second graders to know that every time I give them something to read, watch, listen to, that's a source. So today, our source is a reading, is a textbook, or our source today is a video, or our source today is a presentation. You might want to make a note of that. Smarter Balance calls a video a presentation. They don't call it a video. So you guys need to start using the word presentation. I had a student who actually raised her hand and said, "What's a presentation?" Even though they were supposed to listen to something. They didn't know what the word presentation is. So Smarter Balance uses that. Smarter Balance uses that. Or SBAC uses that. All right, so here is my chart. So let me give you an example, and then I'm going to show you some examples, and you're going to come up with some ideas here. So I think you could get to a tree chart pretty quickly. Well, first of all, you have to teach them what the color codes and looks like. But if you're using, for example, if your circle chart is about rules, right? Let's just say you're doing rules, classroom rules, okay? And you wanted them to and then you did another day of lunch rules, and you did another day on hallway rules, whatever 3 rules you're doing, and you've done this for the first week to really kind of define the rules in your building, then you're going to say, okay guys, now I'm going to take all of this, what I call crazy cycle, all these random ideas that you have, and now we're going to put them in like piles. So T would be pretty broad. Here are your rules. Oh, we're going to have classroom rules here. We're going to have lunch rules here, and we're going to have playground rules here. And now what you're going to do is you're going to take we're going to take all of your ideas from your circle chart, and we're going to put them in the correct position. So everybody throw out a rule without looking at this. Just throw out a rule.
Walking.
What?
Walking.
Okay, walking. Let's just say walking instead of running. Okay, so now I've got walking in my circle chart. Where does it go? Does it go under classroom, lunch, or playground?
All of them. Well, actually, classroom and lunch.
Okay, and I might need, based on that, what other category do I need to have? Maybe
Hallway.
hall, right? Hallway. Now I tell them, oh my goodness, where does the elaboration, the detail of walking go? Oh, it would go here, right? Oh, but it also goes here. Oh, but it also goes here. Okay, so now I'm teaching them that term can go in multiple places. Okay, what's another rule? Throw out another rule that's in your classroom. Just say in your classroom. It would be really important.
Quiet voice.
Quiet voices. Ooh! Quiet voices. We have that on our circle chart, readers and writers. Where does it go? Classroom, lunch, hall, or playground?
Classroom, lunch, and hall.
So do you see how you're doing this? You're taking all those ideas that are from your circle chart and adding them right here, okay? And it could go in multiple places. That's what you're doing. You're just organizing all of your information right here, okay? So turn and talk. How's this gonna be helpful for you? What do you like about this? Have you used it? Tell your partner.
They're really good at identifying where things go. Like if go under class, lunch, or playground. They're really good at identifying that, and it's an easy visual to organize where things would go. And I think it's a good reinforcement of like, this is the rule for this place, this is the rule for this place. And it's really support. They really like it, and then it's like, in the classroom we have to walk. In the lunchroom we have to walk, and they can make sentences out of it really easily.
Yeah, I like your question, Angela, is, sometimes for my second graders, if it works, I could do, it doesn't really work with this one.
We did
But-
rules. Bats can.
Yeah, but if you have a topic like bats or penguins, then you could say penguins can, what can penguins do? Penguins are, what are they? Penguins have, what do they have? If it fits, I would do it that way, because then it leads them right into sentences. Penguins can fly. Penguins can slide.
Okay.
penguins are, that kind of thing, have feathers, that kind of thing. But in some things, you have to really hit the categories. And really, you guys at second grade, you need to get to those categories, because that's going to be this. If you think about this, this leads to, this would be like what I would do for an essay. Introduction, body paragraph, body paragraph, body paragraph, body paragraph, conclusion.
Gotcha.
It's a lot. And I would never do that many. I would do introduction, body paragraph, conclusion paragraph at second grade. And even at second grade, I'd do this. Introduction, body paragraph 1, conclusion paragraph. If I were you, I'd be shooting for a 3-paragraph essay at second grade. After they know how to do a paragraph, so it may never happen.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to tell you guys, you guys are looking at me like most teachers do at second grade, like, you got to be kidding me. You're not going to be able to do this. However, what helps kids write that is all of these thinking charts. So if you skip the thinking charts, they're not going to be able to do it. But I have, even with first grade classrooms, I've seen where teachers have really focused on circle chart, tree chart, 2-column notes, and it's amazing with the framed sentence, a framed paragraph, they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So it all has to do with, with instruction, you guys, and again, but for you, it's not that I know you don't, it's not that I know you don't want to do it, it's just where do we fit it in the time, and now we've got a whole new core curriculum that we have to follow. It's going to be really difficult. I can't even sugarcoat that for you guys.
So can you do this like a tree chart without doing a circle chart, or do you want to do like circle chart first and then tree chart?
It's hard to not do. Well, here's what kids need to see. I would say no, and here's why. You want them to brainstorm all their ideas before they come here. Now, could you do this in isolation? You'd have to be reading, and you'd have to really guide this. If you gave them the yellows, maybe they could verbally give you some things, and you could do this without the circle chart, but I don't know. You guys would have to make that decision. I think it'd be really hard. And if you did it that way, it'd be more teacher-led, not student-led. So I'd probably be careful.
The circle chart gets faster. I mean, and that was one of our musts for first grade.
Yeah.
So it was faster. We used it every time with our All About books and making,
first.
Yeah, and it just flows really nicely with that.
Mm-hmm. And think about this. When you're doing, you could do an All About book about rules right away. Right away. All about our classroom rules at our school. Chapter 1, classroom rules. Chapter 2, lunchroom rules. Chapter 3, hallway. I do an all about rules, an all about book about rules, classroom or school rules. And immediately get that all about book right up and going right away. That would be your first unit. And I would probably do that before I'd have them write a paragraph or write an essay. So it would be an all about book, a paragraph, an essay in that order for second grade. Okay? All about, using chapters, a paragraph, and then a little 3-paragraph essay, if you can get to it. Yeah, I know, isn't that a lot?
Yeah.
I would do it all about at second grade to begin with, because it's just so much fun and they're taking something with them as well. Again, I don't know. It'd be hard to do it without what I call without brainstorming your information.
Right. Oh, I've done writing with we were learning about bats, and I said bats can, bats have, bats are, and then they filled it in that way, but I kind of was short on time, so I gave them
You gave them the categories. Well, I think you
yeah.
could.
If you give them the categories, then it's a little bit easier, but if you're wanting them to come up with the categories, you should do the circle chart first so that they can
So they have, so that you're not missing the skill of teaching kids how to sort, because that's just high leverage, and teaching our little kiddos how to sort is so important. That if you skip the circle chart, you're not helping them really sort that information independently, because when they're away from you really want them to start, what are all my ideas? What is text saying about it, without really thinking about categories? And then moving it into categories would be really important. All right, you guys, there are 2 different kinds of sorts here. I wanted to mention this. There's a closed sort. This is for you, and there's an open sort. Okay, now let me show you the difference of the 2, because I think this is really important as well. When you're doing this, you're teaching kids to sort. A closed sort is when the teacher gives the yellows. You're giving them the category. Just like you said with the can, have, and are, gives the yellows, okay? The open sort is when students have to determine the yellow, and that's much harder, okay? Now you gotta get to the open sort, but I do not start there because that is pretty difficult. So one, start with a closed sort. You give them these yellows, these categories. An open sort is where they have to now put the reds, and this is where sorting is so important. So I have all of the, and I like to use, when I'm doing reds, I like to use pink sticky notes, you guys. It's just, I like to attach the color to the color. So when they're doing this, I give them pink sticky notes so that they know pink is the details, the elaborations. Yellow is the category or the main idea. Green is the topic and the conclusion. So I even match the highlighters and the sticky notes to what I'm asking them to do. If I had my pinks, and I always lose them, they're right here. And let's say we brainstorm. Let's think about this, you guys. This is just random, this is just an idea. If my kids have a lot of sticky notes with lots of different ideas about rules, and it's done on sticky notes, then what you're teaching kids to do is to go, oh, okay guys, we've got lots of details, lots of elaborations here. So now that we have our circle chart, and it's a closed sort, and I've given you the topic, let's pick up our first sticky note. Okay, this sticky note says to walk. Where should it go? Oh, let's sort that under the right one. This is raise our hand before we're talking. Where does that go? That goes here. Oh, this is eat with your mouth closed. Where does that go? You see what you're doing? Now you're teaching them to sort each idea into light piles, which is just a high leverage strategy, no matter reading strategy, period. But you see how if you're doing it on sticky notes, then you can teach your kids to actually take those sticky notes off their circle chart and put them into the right one. Okay?
So when you have them use sticky notes, you want them to just write one idea per sticky note.
And really what I start to want them to think about, I always set up their sticky note like this so that even my little second graders can give me
An idea.
an idea that's now layered. Who, what, when, where, why. Okay? This is called a significant detail, just so you guys know. And the dot is called supporting. So now I'm going to use the right terminology too with them. So significant is the dash, the dot is supporting. Okay, so the dot supports the significant, and both of these support the yellow, which then is aligned to the green. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, and I'm going to show you the T chart, and then I'm going to show you some examples. Let's go to page 3. Everybody feel good about that one? Okay, really important for informative writing. Could you do this with narrative? Yes, not BME though. You wouldn't do this with the BME, but you could do this, you guys, for reading. You might want to make a note of this when we talk about ideas. Sometimes I'll do this when I'm reading a narrative. Now, most of the time, you guys, I use this with my informative reading. But can I use this with my narrative reading? That's always a question that comes up. Yes, but here's what it would look like. T equals elements of fiction, or T equals the name of my book, Claudette. Who are the characters in Claudette? What were some of the settings in Claudette? Was there a problem in Claudette? How did it end? You see, now I can actually have them giving information based on elements of fiction. Characters, setting, problem, events, feelings. So again, know that you could use this with a story, not to recount a story, but to tell me important components of a story. Okay, elements of fiction. So that's how I would use that for a story. That's a really good idea for you guys. All right, so for the next one, I just want to show you the difference because the way we even use the terminology is important. Teachers are getting confused about this. Sometimes they're calling 2-column notes a T-chart, and I want to make sure that I'm covering with you guys the difference. So let's do page 3. Let's do a T-chart. And a T-chart is also used for classifying, but we're only going to classify in 2 piles. So this is to classify or sort. We're only going to do this in 2 piles. When I say 2 piles or 2, it's 2 yellows. Sorry, guys. So we're only going to sort in 2 piles. So this is what it looks like. It's across and down. And leave a little bit of room on the bottom, because on the bottom, remember, we always box the bottom so that we can add our what? You guys remember? Your conclusion. So on this one, you're always going to start with your T equals. Remember, whatever we're going to be learning about or thinking about, that's going to be my green. And you guys might think about this to start with your little kiddos, because you're only asking them to look at 2 categories. So it depends on, you guys are gonna have to talk through this at 2nd grade to see, okay, well, what do I need to really focus on here with my C? Okay, so now what you're doing here, you've got your top green, you've got your bottom green. Remember, on the top, it's T is topic or title, so I could say rules here, right? And conclusion, why is this important? But instead of a whole bunch of categories, you're only gonna have 2. So you're gonna pick, if you have something where there's only 2 categories, this is what I would use, not the tree chart. Because the tree chart, there's a lot. So maybe in 2nd grade, you start here and you say, we're gonna really talk about, if our topic is rules, today we're gonna focus, and tomorrow we're gonna talk on our 2 big ones. This is class rules and maybe lunch rules. So if you only are gonna talk about maybe 2 different areas, still a close start where you're gonna give them those 2, and we're only gonna focus on 2, then you're doing the same thing down here, coming up down with your elaboration. Okay, so do you see the difference? Tree chart, multiple categories. T chart, only 2 yellows, only 2. Okay, so that's something important. So now think about it, talk to your partner, what do you think? Would you start at 2nd grade with the tree chart, or maybe would a T chart be better? And I'm sure there's gonna be times in your tests where they're just really, they're really just, you'd only be really working on 2 things, which you get. Show you, I'm gonna come through here, I'm gonna show you some examples. I'm gonna come to this, and not in the order that you need to. Okay, so here's the tree chart, and actually 2 column notes. You're going to see the 2 column notes. You're not going to see a lot of T charts, I don't think, in this one, but I wanted to show you. I'm going to start with the tree chart, and then I'm going to move to 2 column notes, and that's the next skill that I'm going to work on, you guys, because 2 column notes is going to be really important with your informative unit. So a tree chart has your category, your subcategories, your members, or your details. So here's an example of that. My T is nutritional guidelines. My categories are grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, and meat. And as I'm reading, I'm adding information. 2 column notes is a way to organize your information when you're ready to write. So this would be your note-taking sheet that you're going to use. Okay, so you go circle chart. What do I know about volcanoes? To organizing that information into a tree chart, the dangers, the effects, where the location, whatever your categories that you've been reading about. And then you go to 2 column notes, and I don't make them write about all the categories. I make them pick 1 or 2 that are connected to their reader, to their audience. So it's just not any old 2. Now you could start at 2nd grade and pick 2 that you like. But eventually, you guys, you want them to pick 2 that are connected to an audience. So if I'm writing about volcanoes, and I'm writing about where they are and their dangers, who would be my audience? Potentially, who would be my audience?
People who live around them.
People who live around there. I could talk about how they're developed, or what happens. I could talk about a lot of things, but when I think of my categories about volcano, if my audience is going to be somebody who lives near a volcano, then I want to pick the 2 that are going to be really important to that audience, to my audience. If I'm writing about classroom rules, who could my audience be? Who should my audience be?
Students.
Students, right? But who else could my audience be other than students?
Staff.
Staff? Well, yes, exactly. They don't follow the rules, by the way. And who else would need to know about the rules?
Admin.
Admin? Who else?
Parents.
You see, I want them to really think about, today we're going to be writing to a parent, so we're not going to write about all of them, but which 2 do you think would be the most important parents are going to need if they're coming into the building? Do you see what you're doing there? You're really starting them to think of who's your audience, who's the person that's going to be reading. So organizing and then moving into 2 column notes. So here's an example of bugs. We're going to read a book about bugs. Now here's a closed sort. I've given them the yellows. Well, different kinds of bugs, what they eat, where they live, what they do, their scientific names, but then we're reading about bugs. Do you see how that works? Okay. Here's an example of just money. I love this one. There are 3, different kinds of money, and what does it look like? What is it, what's the numeric representation, and what does it actually look like? So you can see how you could do that with money. Here's one on reindeers. There's the one that you guys probably are used to using. Can, have, and are. And again, it could be what I know initially in the circle chart. Here's why this comes back to your question. I want to know everything they know about reindeer. I want to show a little video to build background knowledge, and then we want to do some reading about it. and then start to sort information, okay? Here's one on a cat, R, have, can, again, very basic. You guys, here's my kind of tip. You need to move away from, if you can, about the R, the can, and the have to actual category names, if you can. Start with the can, the have, and the are, because that leads them into really good sentences. But at some point in your year, you need to move away from those category names being a little bit more specific, what they eat, where they eat, their habitat, more kind of academic vocabulary, if you can. I love this one right over here, you guys, you might want to make a note of this one. This is the one that I like for my first student-led conference or your student-parent conference, where kids are actually creating a circle chart about what they learned in math and reading and writing, and then they actually share that chart with their parents for your parent conference. So I love that one because now they're practicing it and they're actually telling their parent what they've learned in each of those areas. So that would be a really good example to lead into during your student conference, your parent-student conference. Okay, here's one now again, you guys, this is the writing one. So now I've done my circle chart, I've done my tree chart, I've taught it in isolation, I've practiced it during reading, and now you guys are gonna use it to think about what they're gonna write about. So things I like, sports, computer, food. Do you see now this becomes a part of the writing process, they're learning to write, and they're using this to help organize their thinking before they actually go and write. Again, this could be a paragraph. Topic, sentence, paragraph, key idea, elaborations, key idea, elaborations, key idea, elaborations. What's missing, you guys, on the bottom of this? Conclusion. See, all these lead them to that paragraph, which you guys are going to have much better success at if you do this and you go in that order. Here's a bulletin board idea. So they were studying Indians. Again, we determined the categories. This is a closed sort. And then as students were reading, I love this idea because students, we had them in groups. So this group of students were pulling information about the Plains Indian. This group was pulling information about the woodland and so forth. So a great project for your first social studies or science unit. This is the Be Safe. So this was out in hallways. I had some 6th grade students actually, some 6th grade classrooms create great big posters that they put outside in the hallway for everybody to see. That was a tree chart. And then again, see how you can move it right back into phonics? Your vowels. See your short vowels. You guys make a note of that. Could be short vowels again. Now you're giving me just not random short vowels, but now you're putting those vowels in like categories. So all my short A word or long A, my E. Oh, look, now we've got some different kinds of skills that are coming up. These are all long vowels. But you do short vowels. You do one with short vowels because that's your first phonics instruction with benchmark. Here's the one that I like. You guys, this is one that I like because now I'm building vocabulary, precise language. So I'm thinking, gosh, action words. When kids use very low-level action words, so why could low-level feeling words, low-level verb words? Boy, this would be a great way to say, let's build our words when we're talking about action words. And that would be a good one. I had a speech pathologist actually do this on the outside of her door so that students knew that she was also going to be reinforcing the tree chart as well. So you can see how a counselor actually created one on the outside of her door. And then here's one that you guys are used to, sharks. This is a T chart, but I like this one because then you can create 3 different sentences. You can a very simple sentence, sharks eat fish, to a and sentence, sharks eat fish and seals, to a list sentence, shark eats fish, comma, seals, comma, and sharks, period. You see how I can just take this idea of a tree chart and move it into 3 different sentences. A simple sentence, an and sentence, and a list sentence. So I love this one for that. Okay, and here's one on, this is a really good one on a T chart where there's reading and then there's math that they did. So that was an example of a tree chart. And then going back to the bugs, instead of all of them at 2nd grade, maybe I just want 2 that they're reading about, where they live and what they do. So it depends on how many categories you're wanting them to do. Okay, and here's just one very low-level kinder, a T-chart where they're actually just drawing in boxes. And then in your foundations notebook, under 2-column notes, there's a lot of different ideas that you could use for 2-column notes too. We'll get to that as well in a minute when we do our Tuesday. Okay, let's go back. Before you guys find that, I want you guys to come up with some ideas for the tree chart. All right, ideas for the tree chart. We're going to do 2-column notes in just a minute. Do you want to come up with at least a couple of ideas?
I think most
So ideas for tree charts is what you're doing now. Talking through maybe a couple of ideas.
And I think the way Benchmark is organized would be really helpful to do with like the theme of the unit, like this is all about man. So man has war, man has skin, man has have. And really defining and thinking about that up front and then going into specifics of like the first story's about penguins, so penguins have no skin, and then the sentence about grasslands and butterflies and things like that.
What's your guys' ideas? Let's throw out a couple of different ideas here.
Seasons.
Oh, seasons. Oh, you could keep that up all year long and kind of grow because eventually you could do a compare. That's a good one. So you could isolate each one out and then eventually compare spring to summer or fall to winter. That would be a good one, you guys. So definitely seasons would be good as well. What else? Think of some other things that you guys are studying the first part of the year. Other than penguins, I noticed it's in that first unit, it's habitats. Different kinds of habitats. Really good. You guys, when you're thinking of this, think of some fun ideas first before you move right to text and content. So think of a couple of fun ones. So everybody come up with one fun one that has nothing to do with what they're reading, other than seasons, because seasons they would have some background knowledge on. So think of something else. What would be another topic that would be really good for a tree chart?
Sports.
Different kinds of
Because a lot
sports.
of them are doing sports, whether it be soccer or wrestling,
Oh.
right away,
Yeah,
and some are finishing off swimming possibly.
that's really a good idea. So all the different sports that you could just practice with something they know, with different animals.
Maybe rodeo.
Yeah, so let's think of rodeo. T equals rodeo. Okay, what could we say with rodeo? What would be our categories for rodeo? Because that would be something that they're totally connected to that you do on every year.
The animals that they see.
Animals they see at a rodeo. What else would be another category? Food that you eat at the rodeo.
Clothes, how people dress.
How people dress at the rodeo. What else, you guys?
Things that they do, activities that they do.
You see, you guys, there's so much background knowledge. That's exactly. First of all, let's do a circle chart. What are all the things? See, again, this is what I would start with. If you're going to do rodeo, because they're all doing that, you'd start with a circle chart. Let's start with the circle chart, and let's just brainstorm everything that comes to mind when we think of a rodeo. And they just randomly, and you got to be careful because sometimes they like to stay in the same category. They'll just have all the foods they eat at the rodeo or all the animals they see. So you got to stop and say, oh, in your circle chart. Sometimes you guys. In a circle chart, just to let you know, sometimes if I'm walking around and I'm doing a circle chart and they're all staying in the same category, I'll say, everybody stop, my turn. And I'll say, okay guys, what I've noticed, writers, you're all staying in the same category. So I'm gonna encourage you, challenge you to give me another category. And sometimes I'll list a category over here in the column. Say, now I want you to think about these categories. So I already start to make them think about it so they don't just give me all the food that because that's what they'll do. So you'll want to kind of move them into other categories because eventually you want to have more than one category there. A rodeo would be fabulous one for you guys to do.
Music. They get,
What about games? Inside games, outside games. And I can write that down. So that's another way that you could do that. Good job, you guys. All right, so you guys ready to go to the next one? Do you feel like you have good enough ideas for a tree chart? Okay, awesome. Let's go to the next page 4. Because page 4 now, we've practiced the tree chart and the T chart. Now we're going to practice 2-column notes because that's our next step in the writing process. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little one here, but I'm gonna make you do a big one because I think it's important you see a big one. So we're gonna go across the top. And you guys, this is gonna be 2-column notes, so let's write 2-column notes. And it's the skill of 2-column notes is like, it's a note-taking skill, so it's for note-taking, but it's also to classify as well. So it's note-taking is the key skill here, and they're gonna be classifying again as well when they take their notes. Okay, now in a 2-column note, it's different than a T chart, and this is where the confusion with kids come in. It has 2 columns, but this column over here is shorter or not as wide as the right side. So this is where you fold differently. So a T chart is a great big capital T, 2 categories up on top. This is 2-column notes. It's a little bit different, okay? So on this side, we're gonna see you have our topic equals. Remember on the bottom, you guys, I forgot, you always have to have that bottom part because you always have to end with why is this important. So down here, it should be the C equals. So on 2-column notes, we're gonna go across the top and down on the bottom. Okay, so whoops, move this down here. So we've got T equals our topic. This is gonna lead us, our topic, you guys, leads our kids to that topic sentence in a paragraph, okay? Because that's what you gotta get to, that topic sentence. I know many things about Mrs. Westerberg. I know many things about bugs. I know many things about my school. Whatever it is that you do, it's that simple, okay? It's really, I know many things, it's what I call a power statement. It's the one that I start with my 2nd graders in, it's called a power statement. I know 2 things. I know 3 things. I know many things about. That's what I call a power statement. I am then this column now becomes my key idea. Okay, there's my yellow. And then I'm gonna move it over here to my E's, which is where I'm gonna teach my kids now to dash and dot. So these are what I call my E's. And I call them my elaborations. You guys are probably used to calling them details. Be careful about that because a detail is an elaboration, but there are other kinds of elaborations too, like a description, like a quote, like a definition. There's a lot of different kinds of elaborations that we're going to teach our kids. So elaboration is kind of that overarching word, and there's a whole lot of different ones underneath. An example is an elaboration. A detail, a fact is an elaboration. That kind of thing, okay? Those are my dashes. Those are gonna be my pink, my red. Remember the traffic light. And again, you guys, I'm gonna teach them to layer. And I'm also going to show them how to what I call jot. So jot means just 1 or 2 words or phrases. Please do not let them copy a whole sentence here. That's not the purpose of this, is to just jot down a few words or 1 or 2 words or a phrase here. No complete sentences, because if they do, they're just gonna copy something from a book, put it in here, and then copy that, and we don't want that. Okay, so jot, just 1 or 2. I tell them it sounds a little bit like caveman talk. It's not a complete sentence. So now this is what it would look like over here. We're gonna have our star and at least 1 dash and dot. Now I'm gonna wanna grow this if I can, but you guys at 2nd grade, if I can at least if my students can give me at least 1 dash followed by a dot, like that's a really good start. Okay, now eventually I want to go to another one because this is where it's at. The elaborations is where it's at. I'm going to start with 1 here, but I want to move to at least 2 different details to start with. I mean, to start with 1, the kind of 101 is 1, but 201 is not giving me more. That's what you're wanting to shoot for at 2nd grade. I would rather have 1 dash with a dot than 2 dashes because on Smarter Balance, just FYI as a 2nd grade teacher, if kids do not dash and dot, they do not get a point.
Really?
Mm-hmm. when under elaborations, they have to layer their thinking. I couldn't just say DQ. I go to DQ. I wouldn't, as a scorer, I couldn't give them a point for that. I can't picture that. They have to give me something else than just the dash. So you guys, you have to teach your kids to give those one of those 5 W's. Otherwise, at 3rd grade, if they don't, they're not going to score. They're not going to score that point on elaboration. That's going to be really important. And remember, over here is where you're yellow. Now, there's another skill I'm going to build in over here on the yellow side. On the yellow side, I tell them this is where your working transition goes. Not over here. Here. Okay. So this is where I want them to put in what I call their working transition. Okay, so like one thing that I know, another. Okay, now the other thing that I like about having this up is in your notebook, what they've included are these little cards, these little transition cards. And this is why I like them, so I can start to show them where the transitions go. So I make, these are all yellow, and I'll say, okay, well, first of all, this morning we're gonna do reading, okay? Then finally, we're gonna end with writing. Or the first thing we're gonna do this morning is reading. So I have a lot of these little things that I use to help them know that this is where the transition goes, okay? I know that today we will focus on 2 areas, reading and writing. The first thing we're gonna do in reading is, finally, we're gonna do this. You see, now I'm actually modeling using these different kind of transition cards, okay? So that's something else that you're gonna wanna do. I have a whole bunch of them here that I just actually model up there. Okay, so we've got our 1. Now you guys in 2nd grade, sometimes it's easy for them. Sometimes I'll just divide this in half so it's really separated out for my 2nd graders. And I probably would only focus on 2 categories, not more than that. So then my 2nd category would be here. Okay, and it would be my 2nd category that I'm going to be focusing on with a dash and a dot, hopefully getting to 2. With your kids that are coming into 2nd grade, you guys who aren't writing yet, let them quick sketch this and label. So I say this, but you could also have them sketch, what I call quick sketch that fact. But if they quick sketch, they have to label. So if kids are not writing, then let them quick sketch and label that fact that they have. That would be another thing, just another suggestion. Okay, and then we would go dash, dot, dash, and dot. Okay? Remember, this is my 2nd transition. Another, also. So here's my other working transition. I'm going to put TR for transition. I'm going to say another. Okay, and then my conclusion. Does that make sense? Okay, turn and talk. Have you used this kind of a note-taking system before in your classroom? And what would be the benefit of it? Tell your partner. If you haven't, what would be the benefit of it?
We use Jackie Robin
Try it. Well,
and
should try it.
uh,
We've been looking
yeah,
brainstorming, that's like first, next, last, but we haven't done it like this.
give me more details that I need to.
Because what I like about this is they can just go back and they can say, okay, this is the first
Okay.
thing, right, and then this is the next thing, and then this is the next thing. It's really laid out for them because
So
they
I don't
need
think
that kind
the
of
Step Up to Writing
process
does
the
the.
writing. Or like
I'll have to
you
go
think
back
and
and
just
look,
think
but-
about it and not go.
Oh, see, that was,
to
that's.
this and my final
I never
draft.
had this writing before, so.
I've gone
I've
like
just got this
keep
stuff
up with
from
the
you.
pages to it.
You've
They want to be done, so they're like,
But we
Right,
have to Step
right,
Up to
right.
Writing pieces,
and
I
then
don't think it
this
does.
is helpful for that metric. And even just doing this one day, and then the next day we write
I
a
like
draft, and then the day after that we write the final draft.
I have to say, you guys, I started with, because 2 Comb Notes as a teacher way back when I was struggling with teaching and writing, I have to say that this was a big one for me. And I used it all the time, but what I found in my own classroom of students is that if I don't do the circle chart and the tree chart, then I do the most of the work. I do most of the work here. So that's what I realized.
Yeah.
I love it, they loved it, but they were waiting for me to fill in the lines. So I said, well, this is not gonna work for me because I'm the only one doing the thinking here, and I'm the only one doing the note-taking. And I know that there's this modeling, this idea of modeling, I need to model it, but what I found was that they weren't, and I wasn't having them annotate text, so that was a big red flag for me. You gotta teach them how to annotate before they ever take notes. So it's almost like this, circle chart, annotate, tree chart, 2-column notes. And when I did it in that order, even though it took a lot of time, more time than I wanted, boy, the end result was so much better than if I would have just done it myself and not skipped those steps, because then it became me taking the notes. And I have high school teachers who still do note taking, and the kids just copy their notes, but they don't know how to do it independently. So I think there's some steps that are missing that we've got to make sure that we're hitting at 2nd grade. I would rather you go slow as molasses and do a few things well, and your kids leave with some independent skills than to do a billion things and they leave with nothing. So that's just kind of my philosophy. Right now you're gonna have to go, okay, what can I do in the time frame that I have? I think that's gonna be really important. I have to say, this is awesome if they know what to pull over here. If you've not given them enough skills to help them pull over things, this is gonna be really hard, especially the dot when they have to go a little bit deeper. Now remember, I tell them, when they're doing the dash and the dot, you guys, I'm teaching them to layer their thinking, not list their thinking. And that's what Common Core says, or Smarter Balance. They're layering their thinking here. And I tell them that you have to layer your thinking. Okay, and that means giving me that who, what, when, where, why. Now sometimes, you guys, my kids will even do this. They'll give me more than one dot. Because really the dots, how do I get my kids to give me the dots? I ask the 5 W's plus the H question. So if they give me a dash like DQ, like favorite places they like to eat, oh, DQ, my favorite. If I just say DQ and I say McDonald's, that's listing their thinking. If I say DQ, who, what, when, where, why, where do you go? Who do you go with? What's your favorite treat at DQ? Why is it your favorite treat? You see, I'm asking them the 5 W's to give me the dots. Now for you guys, that's gonna be really critical, is to really model who, what, when, where, why, how, okay, for them. Because when they get into the upper grades, it changes from the 5 W's to an actual name. Give an example, describe it, give a setting. So the vocabulary changes when they get up into the upper grades. But you start with the 5 W's, and that's a great place to help them with the layering, is those 5 W questions. I make a big poster, this would be in their folder, really important, okay? I changed this one out and say how on there, just as the plus the H. Is that making sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's take out a piece of paper, a lined piece of paper, so I can show you how to set this up, and then we'll go, it's almost time for lunch. Gosh, this went by fast. You need a lined piece of paper already this morning. Now, when you're teaching them to fold on a big piece of paper, and also there's a template in your notebook, and I'm also going to give you another template for 2-column notes. But if you're doing it on paper, again, for 2nd grade, I would definitely do the template. But for you guys, I'm going to show you, because when the kids get into 3rd grade, they have to be able to create their own. Because when they go to Smarter Balance, they cannot have the template. They can have lined paper to create their own 2-column notes. You just can't give them the template. So that's why it's important for you guys to really model that so they're ready to go in 3rd grade. You're not going to fold it in half. If you fold it in half, that's a T-chart, right? So you fold it in half, what kind of chart is that called? A T-chart. A 2-column notes is you're going to take the left side, the whole side, and you're going to line it up to that margin line, and you're going to fold. When you open it up, the left side should be skinnier than the right side. Okay? Okay, so I always go across the top. We're just gonna make a big size one. And we're gonna go down that crease line, but don't go all the way, because remember, you're gonna leave like 3 lines on the bottom for your conclusion. Okay, so up here, line across. Remember, we always name our strategy. So this is 2-column notes. And it's your note-taking, that's the skill of note-taking. And it's for classifying, but you guys, for writing, just to let you know, it's a note-taking strategy where we're gonna teach them how to classify. Oh gosh, I didn't spell that right. Classify, we're gonna teach them to classify, but in writing to learning to write, this is their planning page. So when it comes to writing, This is what I call their planning page. You cannot write your rough draft unless you've planned it out, okay? You've brainstormed everything that you know about bugs. We've organized that information in like piles. And now you're going to take a couple of them and go deeper. Now you're going to not do all of them. You're going to pick 2 of them, or even 1 for you guys to start with. Start with 1. And then you're going to teach them to layer. See, I don't do dots anywhere but here. Because this is where they have to take less dashes and then dot them. So I don't really worry about dots in the tree chart or really dots in I might be modeling it, but I don't really care that they give those to me. This is where they need to have the dots. In the we're going to talk about the organization of a nonfiction. So we're going to put organization of a nonfiction, NF, nonfiction. Okay, NF, nonfiction. Informative. Okay, so this is going to be category number 1. We're going to talk about what is the organization of a paragraph. What does it look like? What do I want my second graders to know? And because Benchmark is asking for an informative essay, I think I need to kind of color code that out for you so you know at some point if K1, and here's what I'm thinking. If Benchmark is asking you at second grade to write an informative essay, I'm hoping to shout that they built that skill at K1. So that's the question I would be asking. So when you talk about on Thursday and Friday, when they're talking about writing, you need to ask the question, what does the writing look like at K1? If the expectation at second grade is for my students to write an essay, I would want to know what happens below. Because maybe at K1 they're writing a paragraph, I don't know. But I'd ask that question for sure, okay? All right, so on a paragraph, I want to show you, this is what we're shooting for at second grade. If this is a second grade paragraph, this is where I would start. I would start with a topic sentence. These are going to be sentence strips. This is your topic sentence. And you guys, I would use color coding. Another thing, I brought my dots, maybe I'll show you how to do this. I would be cutting out colored strips for kids. I would be using paper with colored dots. I would be doing a lot of strategies to help them really see the organization of a paragraph, because that's where you want to start. And I'll show you some examples after lunch for that. So you're going to start with the topic sentence. I know many things about rules at my school. Here's your topic sentence. There are 2 important rules in our school. See, that's what I call a power statement, you guys, topic sentence. It's going to be followed by what I call a transition sentence or a key idea sentence. It is yellow. Okay, there's what I call my transition sentence, but I tell them, remember, my transition sentence is my star sentence. So transition, it's my star sentence. So remember in 2 column notes, my star sentence right here. So sentence 1, sentence 2, sentence 3, sentence 4, sentence 5, sentence 6, sentence 7. This could be a 7-sentence paragraph, right? It could be more than that, or it could be less than that too. But you see how you're using the color coding on 2 column notes to help them? Yes.
So is this like end of the year?
No.
So
No.
I'm sorry.
I hear you.
Because like by the end of last year, we were at they could write a 6-sentence paragraph because they weren't starting there. So I guess that's when I'm like.
Well, here's what you're going to have to, the bar has just been raised for you guys. Because the expectation in Benchmark is that they have to have an essay, and I know this is going to sound like a lot, but my recommendation is that you get them to master a paragraph and you model an essay by the end of second grade.
You gotta be realistic. It's kind of crazy how.
But you're going to have to. You really are going to have to get them to write a paragraph at second grade independently and get them to an essay probably shared by the end of second grade.
I guess that's my other question is what does an essay mean to them as second graders versus as third graders? Because third graders.
Well, as third grade, you want them to have. Let me show you first. I'm going to show you what a second grade looks like, and then I'm going to show you how that would transition into a third grade. Okay, what Smarter Balance is expecting in third grade, because that's what you really are helping them get ready for that state assessment. where they have to produce a paragraph and or an essay based on the performance task, you guys. All right, so this is just your basic. This is what I would do with my second graders. This is what I would want. And it seems like a lot, but again, it's not gonna be a lot, guys. If you've done the circle chart, the tree chart, and the 2 column notes, it's not gonna be a lot to them because you've already done all the thinking. They just have to now grab it. So you would want this. You would want a topic sentence followed by a transition sentence followed by elaborations. And if your student could give me a dash and a dot, that would be beautiful. So I know many things about bugs. One thing I know about bugs is where they live. They live in the forest. Oh, what, when, where, why? Oh, they live under rocks in the forest. On trees. You see what I've just done there? I've kind of really layered their thinking. Okay, then I'm hoping, now you could stop there, but you guys, I think you need to hit one more. So what I really would like is to get them to give me another yellow. Another thing I know about bugs is what they eat, okay? Ooh, there's a category. Okay, there's my transition sentence. Followed by another dash and a dot. Now, this is where I can differentiate. Gosh, for my little kiddos, it might be just one category. For my kids who can do this, it might be 2 categories. But for Jonathan, he may be able to give me another dot because he knows a lot about where bugs live because he's an expert on that. Do you see how? So it really depends on kids. This is your basic, your minimum. So then it is dash.
Do you call the dash just a dash with the kids? Or do you
I say this is our dash, our significant detail. This is our dot, that's our supporting. So I use that language, but I call them dashes and dots. And remember, when we dash and dot, we layer. But I always pull in that precise academic language.
So is a dash and a dot if they said bugs live under rocks?
Who, what, when, where,
dash.
what?
Or bugs
Describe.
live in the forest, and then they say the dot is under rocks. So bugs live under rocks in the forest. That's one sentence, but it includes.
Could be 2.
dash.
Could be bugs live in the forest, period. They live under rocks, under leaves. I mean, you could be 2 separate sentences, but it could be 1 too.
And that would cover both.
Yes. So on my rubric, you guys, they have to layer. So if they can either do this in 1 sentence or in 2. Now initially I teach them how to write these in 2 separate sentences, but then I teach them how to do an and sentence or combine them, do a combining sentence there. So either way it would work, right? You have to decide what would be best there. And then you have to end with a conclusion sentence. So that's your green, your C equals. Now you guys, we've been taught and what I'm still seeing to my dismay is that they're still teaching kids to restate. And we've got to do more, repeat. And I want them to go a little bit higher level. Your 2nd graders can if you model it. Why is it important that we study about bugs? See, that's really what you want them to say down here. Why is this important? Why are we studying about volcanoes? Why are we studying about penguins? Why are we studying about the scientific method? I want them to answer that why question. That's what I want down here in that conclusion sentence, and I hope you like my paragraph about bugs. Or I know many things because that's what we teach our little kiddos. So try to move this a little higher level. All right, really quickly, turn and talk. What would be phase 1 of instruction for you? What would you do if this is what I want my 2nd graders to do by the this year, by the end of the year? I'm going to say if they can write a paragraph at the end of the year this year, that's probably a really good target for you.
Because 1st grade wouldn't have built all the stuff we did already.
I don't know.
No.
But the 2nd year, when everybody's on board and you've really had this conversation about what K&1's doing with writing, then you'd want to say then in year 2, we got to get to that shared report, that shared essay, what we call essay.
Could that be 2 paragraphs?
Oh, I'm going to show you, yes, I'm going to show you. Don't think of it as 2 because each one of these is a sentence, right?
Right.
Each of these is a sentence. These are each individual sentences. So now when you look at this, tell your partner, where would you begin in phase 1 of your writing? What would your expectation be when you think of this is where I've got to get them to go? So turn and talk real quick so you can talk about where would your 2nd graders go or be.
I really want them to get here.
So,
A transition.
yeah, 5
and
sentences.
details
Because that was our
and
goal,
conclusion.
5 sentences.
Mm-hmm.
And then
This is why
by like
Absolutely,
December,
because
January.
then it
We were
would
really
be 8
focusing on
sentences.
building a solid paragraph.
I gotcha. Yeah.
I like your idea, you guys.
More
5 sentence paragraph, then a
Uh-huh.
8, 7 sentence paragraph. Yeah,
focus
I like
on
that.
Building a 5 sentence paragraph and then by the end.
Yeah, because we're starting building sentences right now. I know we are. That's where we started last year. We had to teach them what a sentence was, how to write a sentence.
Yeah, you're gonna do that, but I think you could, here's what I would say. Once you've taught them a couple of different sentences, then start doing some shared ones together. You just do it together. And they're just copying yours and putting them in their notebook. That's what I would do.
So
Nothing
they learn
independent,
languages.
yes. Because they have to be able to start seeing it and color coding it and all of those things that you're having them do for sure. You'd want them to do that.
What I did last year, and I'm wondering if this would be a good time to bring it in, is like when we were talking about the dash and dot, we started talking about adjectives and descriptive words and including those like more, because they would write sentences like, I like cake. And I was like, okay, why? Why do you like cake? What about cake? What kind of cake? And we were trying to like build those sentences.
Yeah,
So would that be like good to start including that when you're?
yeah, great place to write because sentences. I like cake because. There's your because sentence right there. I like going to the park because you're explaining. I like pizza because. I love to play sports because. So get that because would be a really good sentence to start with, but don't end there because then that's all you're gonna see is because sentences. But that's a really good one to start with, is your because sentence, okay?
Cause.
Cause, yeah, it's cause, yeah, C-U-Z.
Because.
Yes, cause, C-U-Z. Okay, now let me show you what I would recommend for you guys. And again, you're gonna have to look at your benchmark, but this is what I'm really looking for an essay. Okay, so I want 3 big box, you guys, here. Because you're gonna have to teach them. This is what I call a 3-paragraph essay. Okay, so this is a 3-paragraph essay. So this is what it's gonna look like. You're gonna have a green. Now, what you're gonna do now, again, this is gonna change because now you're going from one sentence and now you're gonna have to stretch that into more. So see, now you've got one sentence over here in a paragraph. Now when you get to an essay, this is your introduction. Now I have to teach them some things about what needs to go in an introduction. So I know now, and again, the colors stay the same, you guys, but the language is gonna change. So here, I'm looking for kind of 3 things. I'm looking for 1, 2, and possibly 3, but a 2nd grade, I don't know. Your 3 is your option. Okay, so the first thing you want them to do here is to, now it's not called a topic sentence, it's called your thesis statement. It's your thesis. Okay, your central idea, your main idea. It's really your central idea for kids. Now, even Common Core calls this differently. So sometimes they don't even, Smarter Balance will even call it something different. They'll call it the central idea, I think is what they call it at your level. It's a central idea. So now you're looking at different language that they're using at 3rd grade. It's followed by a plan where they tell the reader what's coming up. Okay, today, there's one thing that I know about bugs. One thing that I know about bugs is where they live in a variety of different places. So it's a sentence about the yellow. So the plan has to be a sentence that addresses the yellow, the category. So the plan is a sentence that includes the yellow in some way. So you have to kind of state what you're going to be writing about. Then you're going to have your key idea followed by a lot of elaboration. So let me show you what I think you should do this year, if you can get to it. Because remember, your focus is the paragraph. But you want to get to the 3-paragraph essay. This is what I would recommend. This is going to be one thing that I know, one important thing that I know about bugs is where they live, okay? Now I'm going to want to do this. I'm going to want to only come up with 1 dash, but make them give you more dots. To me, that's more important than dash, dash, dash. So where do they live? They live in the forest. So in forest, see how this would go? And then they would list all the places that they live. For example, they live under rocks, big rocks, small rocks. They also live under leaves. They live in trees, all the things that you're reading about. So these are all the dots. These are all the 5 W's, okay? And then now you're having to kind of stretch this right here. This all becomes all one body paragraph. And for you at second grade, that's what I would shoot for. But maybe you guys are, I can tell this is still feeling like too much. I don't know, what do you guys think? Already too much?
I think some kids can do that.
That's where you differentiate. You might have two groups. If I had a partner, I don't know if you guys have a partner, but I'll tell you, this is where when we get to this point, I would go, okay, we're gonna do a walk to write. You know, those of you, some of you are gonna stay with Mrs. Westerberg, others of you are gonna go to Mrs. Smith. And Mrs. Smith is gonna take the kids who are ready to do this, I'll work on the paragraph. Do you see what I do if I could? And differentiating. And then you guys, I can't have just one sentence down here. Now I have to stretch my conclusion. So again, it's not one sentence, it's at least 2 to 3 sentences, but I'd start with your 2 sentences and let them stretch that, because they can't just have one sentence in their conclusion. So now I'm gonna try to maybe with second grade get them to give me 2 sentences. Why this is important and what connection I can make to the topic. Something, you're gonna have a conclusion strategy here, for sure. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so this is a paragraph, individual sentences, this is where we stretch. The other thing is, I don't teach this in second grade, but this is the lead or the hook. If you have some kids who could give you a hook and give you some background information, or that's really number 3, but in second grade, I probably wouldn't push that for you guys, unless benchmark says that you need it. So again, we'd have to look at what the expectations for benchmark, because you're gonna wanna look at their rubric to say, well, what's their rubric expecting? So usually I don't kind of tell you what you need until I've looked at the program and said, okay, what rubric are they using? Are they using 6 traits? Are they using more of a smarter balanced rubric? Did they create their own rubric? And what are they expecting at second grade? That's what I would definitely look at. Maybe another note, what is the checklist of the rubric? Another good question, Lisa. What are they
I just
using?
wrote it down, rubrics.
Rubrics. Where are they? What are you using? Are you using 6 traits? Not everybody is. I know that Amplify uses 6 traits. Study Sync does not. They have their own rubrics. So it depends on your core will determine what they're using. Hopefully something that you guys are used to. And then your conclusion, a couple sentences here. So that's what you're shooting for here, you guys. All right. There are really phases, and you have to give yourself permission to think of this process as a 3 to 5 year process. They're not, even though it says that you should be getting to an essay, you're not going to. So you need to look at this more holistic in terms of new program. There's no way we're going to be able to do everything correctly and well until we practice and do it well. But I think we also have to give ourselves permission to say, okay, this year, we know that in year 3, when everyone below us has had that background, that the whole relaunching, they've done all of those foundations that need to be front loaded, that in 3 years, maybe, if we can keep our teachers for that long. I know that's always an issue too, is keeping teachers.
Yeah.
But I think that the idea of in 3 years, our goal will be, and sometimes it takes longer, because I'm in some schools where at year 10 we're still not there. But that's what's really daunting about this, that in 3 years, if we're all playing the same game and really, aligning our work, in 3 years we might get to that essay, that 3-paragraph essay in second grade. But until then, we're going to be working on paragraph writing, which, by the way, Anita Archer, professionals out there are saying a lot of little writing versus less big writing. If they can't write a paragraph, you guys are not going to be able to stretch it into an essay. So I think in second grade, just really hitting on that paragraph would be huge, and getting them to do that and getting to independent would be huge. Yeah, I think so too. All right, so the first thing I want you guys to do is to go ahead and grab 2 pieces of lined paper. Please, 2 pieces of lined paper. Okay, and go ahead and keep those 2 pieces of lined paper together, and we're gonna make kind of strips here, so you can kind of see how I do this with my little kiddos, even with my older kiddos, but even my middle school. I did this with my middle schools too. So it's a pretty good one. You're gonna want to fold it in half, and then fold it in half again. So 2. Twice, so that each sheet is gonna have 4 sections, and then you fold it again in half. So when you open it up, you're gonna have 4 different sections, another sheet with 4 different sections. Okay, now, you guys might want to do this with a bigger sheet of paper. Probably what I would do to start, I'm gonna show you the end one, and then you guys can modify it. But what I would probably do with your kiddos is I would do a sheet that has 5 strips on 1 sheet of paper. Okay, you'll see, this will make sense when I do it with you, but you're gonna want probably one sheet of paper that has 5 sections, okay? Which I don't know how we could do that without, I don't know if you fold it in half, that's only gonna give you 4, so maybe, I'm gonna have to play with that one. But think of 5 because that's where you're gonna start with the paragraph. All right, so take the one piece of paper, you're gonna need some colored dots. I'll open this up if I can. You're welcome. I have a whole container. I don't know if you noticed that you guys are an educational hoarder, so I have boxes and boxes of all the stuff that I'll never ever use, but every time it's on sale, I grab it. I'm an educational hoarder. I have way too many things for school in my garage and in my storage unit. It's not good. Okay, so let's take our paper so I can show you another way to kind of get them to write that paragraph that you want them to do. So on the first sheet of paper, you're gonna write, this first one, let's divide this section. So you're gonna have 4 on this page. So go ahead and get your lines. I guess I should do it in front of the camera so you guys can see, and this is a throwaway pen. It's running out of ink. We'll try another one. Garbage. Move myself over. Okay, so you're gonna go across, just go ahead and get your 4 sections. This is why for you guys, I might do a bigger piece of paper and just do your 5, because that's really where you're gonna start. But let's do this one. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh, time to clean out my pens. And do it on both sheets.
Oh, both sheets.
Both sheets.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I like it when my pen doesn't work. And do it on your second one as well. Okay, so this is going to be my T equals my paragraph. This is kind of my little informative paragraph. Okay, T equals paragraph. Okay, so when we have a paragraph, remember we're going to start our first box with what we call our topic sentence. So we're going to put topic sentence. You need to grab a green dot and put that in the little margin on the left. So take a green dot. And there's something about, guys, behavior decreases. My kids just, every time I'm doing something, they're just right with me. There's my green sentence, okay? I call it my topic sentence. What do we call it, everyone?
Topic sentence.
Okay, so the first one that I like to start with is what I call my power statement. So I'm going to teach you my power statement because this is the one that I want them to use as well. Some at the lower, sometimes they call it a number statement, and the reason is because you're going to see a number in there. So either a power statement or a number statement. And it's as simple as this. I know many things about blank. Now this is where the number comes in, where the power is. It's in the many, it's in the 2, it's in the 1, it's in the, so pretty explicit and implied. So number I have, and this, I know many, this is totally connected, you guys, to how many yellows I'm gonna be talking about, how many categories I'm gonna be talking about. So this number is the power of how many yellows are coming up. Okay, so is it 1 that I'm gonna focus on? Now for you guys in 2nd grade, it would be 1. I know 1 thing about blank, okay? So you're gonna go, I know 1 thing about, I know 2 things about, I know many things about, and here's your topic, okay? I would just do that for a while at 2nd grade, at least have them practice that. Another way that you could get them, I start with I, but you want to get away from the I, and you would maybe say there are 2 things that I know about. So now you're changing the I out and saying, instead of saying I, there are. But even that, there's just another way to change this. Okay, that's the one thing that how I would revise it and change it so that we get away from the I, because we don't want them at the upper grade levels to use I. We got to get rid of that pronoun. So I know many things about, let's, for example, bugs, okay? I know one thing about bugs. I know there are several things, important facts about bugs. You guys would have to play with that. Okay, is followed by what sentence, you guys? What color?
Yellow.
Color. There's a yellow dot there, right? There's our yellow. And then I teach them to label it. This is my transition sentence. And this is where I'm really focusing on not only the transition that has to go here, but also the category or the main idea. Okay, so, well, here's my transition. One thing I know about bugs is blank. Okay, so this is where your transition goes, and for second grade, I make it pretty concrete. It needs to go at the beginning of that sentence. Now, here's what kids want to do. They want to start with the yellow and move it right into a red. You want to teach them to isolate out that yellow sentence because they'll want to start with the yellow and then move it right into a red, and it's both of them, or they'll even leave out the yellow and just go right to the fact. So you want them to make sure that there's one thing I know, and then list. And I'm going to say thing, but you're going to have to get rid of thing. That's called the thing trap. So this is another word I want to get rid of, is thing. But I'm going to start there with my second graders. One thing I know is like where they live. And then you're going to have them write, this is where you're going to put the cat is in the category. So this is the main idea or the category right here. I know is where what? Is where bugs, because I don't know what who they is, where bugs live. Let's just put that so you kind of get that. I know many things about, or I need a few things about bugs. Let's just do our bugs as our example. Okay? One thing I know is where bugs live, period. Stop there. I don't want to detail. Your second graders are going to want to start telling you where they live. You want to isolate that out. Okay? Okay, so then the next one is what I call my E, my dash, my elaborations. Remember, this is a significant detail, so we want to start to use that key word. Elaboration is a significant detail, even with my little kiddos. Okay, this is a circle, red. And I put underneath it so they don't get confused. This is your dash. Okay. Then I'm going to have my sentence. Now, here's what's really good, you guys. Hopefully, now they're not doing this in isolation. They're going right from 2-column notes to do this, you guys. Because here's what I'm finding when I taught this. I would teach them 2-column notes. I would teach them how to write a paragraph, and kids would not look at the 2-column notes and go to writing because they want to write it in terms of remembering. You want to make sure that their sentences come right from their 2-column notes. So I'll even say, let's check mark it. We have that. So on this one, let's just come back here so you see the one that I did. If this is bugs, T equals bugs, right? My first one is where they live, okay? The other one is what they eat, okay? There we go. So those are my 2 categories, where they live, where they eat. I know that they live in the forest, okay? So if I come back here, where do they live? They live under rocks. This is, again, all based on text. They live under leaves, right? Where else do bugs live, you guys?
In homes.
But in the book we're reading, I love it in homes, but let's see, that's a good prior knowledge, they do. But in the book we're reading about bugs, it told us specifically under rocks, under leaves.
Under bark.
Under bark, there you go. Okay, so under bark. Now, eventually you guys need to know that. Under bark, I could even subdot that. See, I can even go, where? What's bark? I don't even know what bark is, so you can explain that. But you guys don't do that. I'm just telling you that in my upper kids, I'm teaching them how to even layer it even more. But for you guys, just under rocks, under leaves, under bark. Under bark. There you go. Okay, so now you guys, look what I've done. I know many things about bugs. Oop! There's sentence number 1. You see I just check marked that? So I took my bugs over here and I actually wrote it in a sentence. So to get my kids to use this, I make them go back and check it if they've used it. Now my first sentence needs to be what? My next sentence is what?
Where they live.
Where they live. That's my yellow sentence. There's my sentence. One thing I know is where bugs live. There, taking that in here. Okay, now I'm going to say, now I've got to come back here. I know that they live where?
In the forest.
In the forest. So I'm going to come over here and write bugs live where? In the forest. Period. Okay, oh, look at that. It's right here. I'm going to check that off. We made that sentence. So see how I'm going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I now know that I have another red, so take another little red dot because every dash has to be followed by a what, everyone? A dot, a supporting. This is now another elaboration, another E, and it is now called a supporting detail. Okay, so I can't picture the forest. There's a lot of things that's running in my mind. So now I want you, I'm gonna have you do it. I want you to pick one. This is where choice comes in. I want you to choose one of the places on our 2 column notes that we learned about, that the author told us about, and I want you to write a sentence about that the bugs live under rocks, or do they live under leaves, or do they live under bark? Woo! I'm gonna give you a task here. You can either pick one, or you can write an and sentence, or you can write a list sentence. No, here's my example. Bugs live under rocks, period. Bugs live under rocks and under leaves, period. List. Bugs live under rocks, comma, under leaves, comma, and also under bark, period. Do you see what you can do there? So you can either write as one simple sentence, an and sentence, or a list. With your partner, do it together. Decide what your sentence is going to be for your elaboration. You decide.
A list, so that with under hay. What is the under bark, under leaves, under ground? I'm like, I can't remember what the third one was.
Rocks.
Under rocks, under leaves, under.
Think, what's another word for bugs too? Can't use bugs. We've got too many bugs in here. Choose a different word there for bugs. Insects. Oh, I like that. Would you please change that? That's how I work on vocabulary. Like, look at it. I've got bugs here. I've got bugs there. I've got bugs there. Let's make a sentence without the word bugs and think of some synonym for bugs. And an insect. Arachnid. What are they called? Arachnid.
Soldiers. Oh, no, that's the fear.
That's the fear of.
Arachnids.
Arachnids. Yeah, see, again, if we're studying that, hopefully they would use arachnids. Yeah, arachnids would be the word that I would use. So I want to give them some synonyms. Creatures.
For second graders, you want them to write more than one sentence. You don't want them to write a sentence like, bugs live in the forest under rocks. You want them to write bugs live in the
Initially, a
forest.
different sentence.
Okay.
Because I'm going from a sentence, a transition sentence, to now making a list of because and those kind of sentences. It'd be a good one here to do a because sentence. Insects live under rocks because, or so, but they also live in other places too. You could even teach a because but so sentence here too as well if you wanted to. That would be really good. Okay, I have that. Okay, so now we've got bugs live in the forest, elaboration. Now what I love about this is initially when I was taught this, they just turned it over, but that was not helpful for my kids. So that's why we're going to another sheet. Now, if you guys were just doing a 5-sentence, this is why I thought having a sheet of paper that just has 5, then you would just end with your C. You see how that would work? So if you're only going to do 5, I would do green, yellow, red, red, green, and you'd have your 5 strips on one big piece of paper. But I'm going to show you how I got to move them to more of that 7. Okay, so now we're going to have another piece of paper. Now we're going to go back to our 2-column notes, and I have, oh my goodness, I have another yellow, and I need to do another dash and dot, and I have a green, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more sentences that I really need to include. So we're going to go to this piece of paper, and now we're going to add a what? What's our next color, guys?
Yellow.
Yellow. Now we're going to have another transition sentence. So on my next sheet, it's going to be a transition. You guys, if they just did this over and over and over again, they're going to know how to write a paragraph. But it's like over and over and over again. Okay, so here's where that transition word goes. Another, there's my transition. Another, I'm gonna circle that, we have to start with that transition. Another thing I know, again, another fact or another main idea, another something, let's say another fact I know. I don't even like fact, that's not even a good one. Let's think of another, instead of another thing. What could we use, you guys? Because we're looking at another category. We don't wanna say category. What would be a good word here? That's why we use thing, because it's hard to think of another word.
It is.
But it's a thing trap. And fact is really red, so I don't really want to use the word fact. I'm going to have to think about it. My mind is drawn blank. So let's write thing right now. But you guys, what we're going to do is we're going to put a little line through that. I have a handout that is called the thing trap, and I have a handout of words. Actually, if you would remind me, it's the thing trap handout. I have a handout that I'll send you that has a whole lot of different words to replace the word thing. So I'll send it to you guys, okay, when I find it. Another thing I know about bugs is what they eat. Okay, there we go. There's my other yellow. Okay, and I gotta get rid of thing. And maybe I can even change that word bugs again. Is followed by what, you guys?
Great.
Okay, now we've got our dash, followed by our dot. Okay, same thing as the other here, you guys. It's on your other one. It's an elaboration. It's my E. My E's. This is my significant. And this is my supporting. Okay, then we're going to end with what? So we're going to need a green dot. So take a green dot. And there's my conclusion sentence. Now, for you guys, this is the sentence I would teach them for your conclusion. So this is what my sentence frame would look like for them on my conclusion sentence. It would be insects are important because. There's my because, where I'm going to explain why I think they're important. And they're going to finish that sentence frame out. Okay, so I've been studying about bugs, I've been studying about where they live, what they eat. Well, why do we study about bugs? What's the importance of bugs? So that's where you want them to really not say, I hope you, in conclusion, I hope you like my paragraph about bugs. You're going to say, insects, bugs are important because, and let them finish that. And remember, because means to explain. It's that a conjunction where their kids are explaining, because is a conjunction that explains the first part. Okay, so because would be a good sentence, and it's one that they need to have for their opinion anyway, so you might as well teach you a because sentence. All right, so now you've got your sentence strips. Now you can leave them like this, and then now they take these and move it into what I call a wraparound paragraph, because these are in individual strips. And if you want them to do that, you could actually have them cut these apart, lay them out, give them another partner, see if a partner can put it together for them. I mean, there's just so many fun things you could do with this, where kids could use this to practice before they actually write what I call that final wraparound paragraph. All right, turn and talk. What do you guys think? How would you use this? And again, if you want to do a 5, I would do one sheet that has just 5 strips. The other thing, just real quickly, I also have a tub in my room. Not only do I have dots, because I like to change up, I also have a container of green strips, a container of red strips, a container of yellow strips, and kids will go pull out the colored strips, so they're colored. So they'll put this on a green colored paper, then they'll put that one on yellow paper, and they'll put those on red paper, so when they lay them out on the floor, they can see green, yellow, red, red, yellow, red, red, green. So that's another thing, is I just have strips. That, and maybe you guys, your first paragraph in your unit 1 is what I call a frame paragraph, where you actually are doing most of the work with them and they're doing it and completing it. Here's an example of what I'd call a frame paragraph. There's 2 handouts that I gave you. So this is an opportunity to practice 2 column notes and to move them to what I call a framed paragraph. okay? So here's what this would look like. Now you guys, I did this on 4 boxes, not because I do that with kids, but I just so you have an example of how I would do that. This would be a big sheet of paper, big sheet of paper, big sheet of paper, big sheet of paper. At 2nd grade, I would not do these boxes. Now, once you see it, I guess you could, depending on your kids, but I think they would need to see the big one each time. So let me just show you what this looked like. Then let's come down here to the framed paragraph. Here's the target, you guys. So my learner objectives is students can write a well-written framed paragraph. That's using 2 column notes. See, that's my learner objective. Notice is an I can statement, but I've also added in the strategy that's going to be the focus for this. I can write a well-written framed paragraph by using 2 column notes. There's my strategy. It's not just being able to write. So sometimes we get those I can statements from teacher pay teacher and it leaves out the strategy. I want to make sure I'm listing the strategy for them, okay? So in this one, it looks as simple as this. Thanksgiving is at our house is a fun day. What color is that, you guys? You should know now that we've been doing colors. What color is that?
Green.
Green. So we know that this is going to be green. Okay, now I know that this is going to be green because every topic up here is about what? Thanksgiving, right? That's our topic. So I know I'm going to take this idea of my topic and I'm going to repeat that 3 different times. Now, you guys, I'm going to make you do one that's not Thanksgiving and do another one that you might do before Thanksgiving, but maybe not, because maybe you won't even get to a framed paragraph until then. So this might be an okay one to do, but you guys, I want you to come up with another example. So I'm going to give you some time to work on that, to come up with another example. These are my green. Remember, my green topic is going to lead me to my topic sentence, okay? Thanksgiving at our house is a fun day. Halloween at our house is a fun day. Going to the rodeo is an activity that our family does every year. You guys can decide what you want to write about. Okay, now we know that our yellows, our stars are our key ideas, so we're going to highlight those. Let's go ahead and color code those. And you know that each one has to have a what? Followed by a what? You guys remember? A dash and a what? A dot. Dash, dot. If you guys could just do that, would be awesome. I could see that you guys are really shooting for a 5-paragraph essay. And I'm not sure I even like this one right now that I'm seeing it, but I'll show you what you can do. Okay, you could talk through both, but just only have them pick one to write about. I think that might be a better way to go. Is even though you're thinking of starting with a 5-sentence paragraph, I still think you talk through 2 and then just choose one for them to write about. Because then they're seeing it, but they're only having to do one. That might be what I would do, is to show them 2 categories, 2 main ideas, but let them only pick one to write about. Okay, so let's think about, take a yellow sheet, a sticky note. Do you guys have a yellow sticky note? We need a yellow sticky note, because this is what we're going to have to do. And for a lot of ours, is before we even do our work with some of the other things, we have to kind of brainstorm before we even begin our categories. So let's take our little sticky note and let's write, so don't write on the sticky note, because we're going to actually put that to the side like this. Okay, we're going to just do that. So stick that sticky note right there on the side, because you don't want to write on the sticky part. Okay, now what we want to do to start with is you're going to write T equals categories. And now, guys, you are going to, with your partner, I'm going to give you 1 or 2, and then you're going to come up with a whole bunch. When I think of Thanksgiving, I want to help my kids, remember close sort on a tree chart? I have to think of what are my categories. When I think of Thanksgiving, I got to think of those categories. So I know one thing that that makes Thanksgiving is the food, right? The food at Thanksgiving. There's very specific for many families, not all. What about the activities that you can do on Thanksgiving? Family activities. So maybe activities. Okay, with your partner, see if you can come up with other things. What would be some other categories when it comes to Thanksgiving, other than food and activities?
The first thing I got was family,
People.
because you have relatives that come over.
People that come over.
Friends, yes.
What's another category you guys can think of? Oh, what about traditions? Is there any traditions that your family does? Or not? Anything else? What about the time of year that it falls under? Do you think of anything else? Oh, what about, I mean, I'm kind of pulling a lot out. What about the weather during that time? I can talk about that, couldn't I? Anything else? Food, weather, activities, family and friends, traditions, time? That's quite a bit. Okay, so first of all, and I gotta get them to do this because this is another skill that you guys have to be able to get your kids to do when they're comparing. And I know that comparing is one of your reading skills that your kids are gonna have to know in the first unit, it looks like, comparing. So when kids compare, let me just tell you how they get 2 points on the Smarter Balance. Now, on the Smarter Balance, they're gonna get a short constructed response, a paragraph in which they're gonna have to compare two things. Look for something that's similar or different, right? They get 2 points for that. 1 point for the comparing and 1 point for the conclusion on a compare paragraph. You guys, that's how they score that. So it's really important that I teach them to look at similarities or differences, but they always have to end with a conclusion. And it can't be a conclusion where they just restate. I hope you like my comparisons between an apple and orange. They have to go beyond that because comparing is that reflection analysis. That's the important part. So they would have to say, what do you notice about those two items? Are they more alike or are they more different? And why is that important? That's what they have to answer at the end of their little compare paragraph, you guys. So we might at second grade start to model that. They're never gonna get it on their own. Usually at second grade I would go, okay, we're gonna compare an apple to an orange. Let's talk about the categories first because we have to write it by category. So there are many differences. There are 2 differences between an apple and an orange. One difference is their skin. An apple has thin skin, an orange has thick skin. Another difference is the types of fruit they are. Apples have like Gala, Honeycrisp, Pink Lady, is it Pink Lady? All those. Where an orange, it's a Valencia, Blood Orange, all those. And then at the end, you have to end that with your conclusion. I noticed that there are more differences between an apple and an orange than similarities. That's what scorers on the Smarter Balance are looking for. Lot, isn't it? But simple. Are they more alike or not? Are you two? I'm going to compare you two. Are you guys more alike or more different? My 2 teachers are more different, period. That's all you'd have to teach your second graders. Pencil and pen, are they more alike or are they more different? Oh, they're more alike. That's it. To start with it. Third grade, we got to start moving them to a little bit more higher end. But if you guys could get your kiddos when they're comparing to end with that, that would be huge. But we have to base it on categories because they have to list the categories that they're comparing. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so let's do T equals Thanksgiving. We're going to talk about Thanksgiving food. I'm going to do one and I'm going to let you guys do a couple. Okay, so food. What's one thing when we think of food? Now again, remember, I should have already brainstormed all the food items. So remember, this is what comes first is circle chart, tree chart, 2-column notes. So let's talk about those. Say those out loud. First step is what?
Circle chart.
Second?
Tree chart.
2 colors.
So we've already addressed food. Let's just pretend we have. What are 2 foods that we brainstormed here, you guys, for Thanksgiving?
Turkey.
And?
Pie.
Okay, let's put those. Oh, now, since you know dash and dot, you guys do that on your own. Give me a dash and a dot. In my family, we bake two turkeys. That's mine. In my family, we always have, because we have so many people come over, I have to bake 2 turkeys. Who, what, when, where, why, what kind of turkeys? I like the turkeys that have the pop-up temperature thing. So I'm gonna, that little pop-up temperature.
I put smoked on mine.
Ooh, see, there you go. You might know that your
fried,
husband or dad is outside, doing the smoked. Oh, pie. What kind of pie? Oh gosh, we have a lot of. We have for sure pumpkin. What else? And we always have. My mom always makes apple. whatever it is. Ooh, my fave is pumpkin, right? With whipped cream. I could actually describe that really well. Do you see what we're doing here? Okay, so turkey, pie. Okay, now let's go to another one. I'm gonna give it to you guys. Let's go with activities. With your partner, would you fill out this using activities and just randomly just do some, pretend, because you're gonna wanna show them yours before they do theirs. All right, so you guys do the activities. Come up with 2 activities and 2 elaborations.
Socialism. Socialism. And the other one is maybe watching.
Well, for me, we eat all day long, so that's gonna be an activity. And we watch football or we play games. Again, it depends on this. This is where it really is individual. You're gonna wanna create one for you and let them. I did people as my third one, I said, and then I divided it, you guys. I said family and friends is one of my category. That's really talking about people. That's kind of higher level, you guys. So the 2 groups of people that I could say every year is my family is, so who, what, when, where, why, who's my family, and my friends. Who? Strangers, friends that are neighbors, who? So I would probably do 3, but really model those with Thanksgiving food, Thanksgiving activities, Thanksgiving people. Now, all of this is gonna help them with this. Now, I'm gonna tell you, when I first did this, it's gonna look like this, which is, you're gonna see right away that we're missing. Thanksgiving at our house is a fun day. First, we eat lots of food, okay? There's a yellow. And how do I know it's a yellow? I tell my kids, because look at, there's your transition. There's your transition, okay? Oh, all in all, there's my really transition, but it's more conclusion. I know that all in all is gonna lead me to that conclusion that Thanksgiving is the best day of the year. And then I have a yellow, but you guys, the way this is set up, obviously they will not get 2 points out of 2 points because what color is missing? So just let me tell you, Step Up to Writing has always, when I was a national trainer for them, there were some things that I had to really talk through and work through, but what they recommended the primary kids do is just do yellows and no reds. And I know what standards and what the expectations, and I just said I can't do that. So all grade levels need to give me green, yellow. So what's missing is they need to have a red here and they need to have a red here before they ever do the green. So really this is what it should look like. Thanksgiving at our house is a fun day. First we eat lots of different food. My favorite thing to eat is that turkey that comes right out of the oven, okay? Then we are, busy with lots of different activities. One thing that we like to do is we just like to eat all day long. Well, we like to eat all the chips. You gotta go give me the dot. And then all in all, Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday of the year. Do you see what I've just done? Okay, that's what you want your second graders to do. Now, turn and talk, could they do that with a lot of practice? Turn and talk, really, truly, could your kids do this, even if it's a verbal? Make another one just like this with a different topic. I'm gonna give you some ideas. Maybe do something for rodeo, do something for your school. Do something, what are some categories for my school? School, T equals school. The things we're gonna learn at school, T equals school, the activities that we get to do after school. So this could be a school, and 3 different ways that you can approach school. My friends at school, the different subjects we learn at school, the playtimes that we have at school, the teachers that we have at school. So they could even describe teachers here too as well. So I want you to create another one that you can do before Thanksgiving. So I'm gonna give you about 10 minutes with your partner to create another one just like this. So, and don't have to do the circle chart and the tree chart. Just do this because I know you wouldn't be able to do this without the circle chart and the tree chart. So with your partner, I want you to create just another one that you can do before Thanksgiving. So you're all ready to go. And you guys, I would fold this and put this right in your thinking chart book, right beside your 2-column notes. is that you should be right away starting with the thinking game. So I'm going to show you how the thinking game is set up, and then we're going to come up with it. I know I've done that, but I've got some new ones here. T equals the thinking game. Now, I want you to make a note. You should start with this before you do anything else. I'd start this as a little game with them day one. Okay? So somewhere on your board, and by the way, you could actually make a little, I don't know if I brought my thinking game book. I hope I did, you guys. Maybe not. No, that's my word. I have a little thinking game book. And I have, well, it looks like this. It's a thinking game, but it's actually a great big template. And it's already made for you guys. So I can send the thinking game, that's another one, Ashley, is send you the template for the thinking game. So it's a little book that says the thinking game, and then every page is set up like this, okay? And so they just pull out their thinking game book. It's T equals star dash dash dash. That's how it's set up, okay? Oops, sorry guys. So you can have this on the board. And I usually do with my older kids, it's just on the board and they're just copying my thinking game on the board. But for your kiddos, I would make a little booklet. And every page will have this template. T with a line, yellow for this, look like this, and it'll have 3 dashes. So this is just a quick little thinking game. Okay, easy, easy. And I'll definitely send you my little template for that, because I think for your grades, I don't want to spend a lot of time making it. I want all of these to be set up. Now, the one thing you're going to want to do here, just an FYI, if you're going to make a booklet, so come down here and write booklet. If you're going to make this into a little thinking game booklet, each page is going to have the T, the star, and the dash, dash, dash. It's always going to be set up like this. But in day one, when you're teaching them this game, in day one, have them color code every page so it's already done. So not every day they're looking, you're wasting time and having them find their highlighters and getting their paper. So I would then, if I have like 20 pages of these, about 20 pages, I would say, okay, we're gonna be playing the thinking game every day, every other day, every Friday. You guys can decide. We're gonna take our book and we're just gonna color code everything so it's all ready to go, okay? So we're just gonna have every page, have them go through and just highlight and color code all of the pages. That would be the best thing to do, okay? So that's what you're gonna do here. Just have them color code every sheet, so then you'll go, okay, everybody get your thinking game booklet out, we're ready to go. Okay, now take out a lined piece of paper. So now I'm gonna give you some examples and show you kind of the order that I go. Okay, so let's write T equals thinking game. Okay, so let's talk about phase 1 of instruction. So phase 1 of instruction with this game is the easiest way to play the game. So phase 1 is where it's the easiest. Okay, for kids in terms of thinking. The other thing is that, what was I going to say? It's the easiest, the student is the expert on the topic. Okay, so it's the easiest way to play the game and the student is the expert. There's a key. So T stands for, teacher, you give that to them. You give them that component. ST means the students give that component. So ST and T. So you'll know I'm gonna make it very easy to begin with, but it's gonna get more difficult as we go. So let's start out with T equals star dash dash dash. And let's go ahead and color code those guys. Looks like that. So the easiest way to play the game is I'm going to give them the green, which is the topic. I'm going to give them the yellow, which is the category, and the students are going to give me the dashes. That's how we play the game to begin with. It's very simple. Now, I'm going to tell you the first day, it's a little bit longer, you guys, because you have to teach them a game. After they know how to play the game, it's a real quick 2 to 5 minute activity. Okay, so let's talk about T equals food. I'm going to give you one. So our topic is food. Now, you have to make sure that your green is pretty broad, because sometimes teachers will want to give them a topic where it's hard to break down. So make sure that that green is broad. It's like the boulder. The yellow is like the rock. The dashes are like the pebbles. Okay, so from big idea to small idea. So we're talking about food. Well, I can think of a lot of categories for food, but I'm going to talk about desserts, because desserts are a type of food. Now, this is where I've given them the topic, and I've given them, and they should be able to do this on their own without any reading. So now you put your pencils down. This is going to be important. You're going to take turns with your group of kids, whether they're in a pod or with a partner, and you're just going to go back and forth and just verbally give ideas of different kinds of desserts. Okay, so everybody do that with your partner. List a whole bunch. Go back and forth about 5 times.
Ice cream.
Ooh.
Chocolate.
Pie.
Okay, have a few. Now, here's the reason you want to do this, you guys. You want a verbal, and more than probably 2. I like to verbal with kids in groups of 3s and 4. Lisa, I'm going to pick on you. Lisa is coming, and she is tired today, and she really doesn't have anything to bring to the table right now, right? Lisa's just can't think of any desserts. So in order for me to help Lisa be successful, I need to place her in a book where in a group of students where they're verbalizing. So even if she can't come up with any ideas on her own, she can stand on the shoulders of Angela and take Angela's ideas. Do you see what you're doing there? So that everyone is successful. If I say just write your 3, Lisa's probably not going to have any, and Ashley in the back row is going to cause problems because she doesn't know what to do, and when she doesn't feel successful, she's just going to act out and bother everybody else around her. Do you see what we're doing here? We're really wanting to make sure everyone is successful. Okay, now you've gone back and forth. I want you to choose 3. Now remember, you can write, quick sketch, and label. So I could quick sketch and say, ooh, that's my cookie. You see how you can, ooh, I could even draw, well, it's an ugly piece of pie, but I could draw a piece of pie, right? Oh, there's my little piece of cheesecake. So teach them, you guys, to either draw or write. Okay, so choose 3 and go. And I like to kind of decide on agreement the 3. Okay, so then you'd write cookie, pie, and another dessert, my favorite, ice cream, or my peanut butter parfait. Okay, do you see how to play the game? Okay, so food, dessert. Let's try it again. This is another one you could do in isolation when you talk about, let's talk about T equals games. Let's talk about T equals animals. So just fun ones that we can do, guys. Okay, so there's our TT, and I'm going to play this game, you guys, until 80% of my kids can give me the reds or the pinks. Okay, so I'm going to stay here until 80% of my kids can give me the reds before I move on to phase 3. Okay, so now let's talk about what our yellows could be here, you guys. Because in phase 1, remember, in phase 1 of instruction, I'm going to give them a yellow. So when we talk about games, let's just talk as a group. What kind of games could we, now we've got our broad topic of games, what could I say for, how could we break that down into our categories?
Inside or outside?
Inside games, outside games,
Board games.
board games,
Sport.
card games,
Video games.
video games. Do you see how I can change the yellow? Whatever I do. So let's talk about board games. Not that they play them. I probably do video games because that's probably where most of them play, right? But let's talk board games. Okay, now again, remember, you always want to verbalize before you share, before you write. Okay, so go back and forth right now really quickly. Go back and forth a few times and verbal board games.
Monopoly.
Checkers.
That's why you share with a partner. Good idea.
Slice.
mean, I have.
Ooh, I love like, did you say sorry already?
I can't.
Sorry.
Categories, I don't know if categories we consider board games. See, this is where you guys, when we go through and list these, this is where we want to get the misinformation off the page pretty quickly. Would I consider categories a board game?
Yeah.
No, because they're not going anywhere around.
Yeah, we have that one.
Yeah, so see right away I go, probably not an example. I'll delete that right out. This is why you guys have to check, because sometimes they'll give you a game, give you something that doesn't belong.
Like Uno, that's not a board game.
It's a card game,
game.
right? Mhm, yeah.
It's always done, so my brain is like, well,
Yeah.
That's hard when
So do you guys get this? Get how you play the game? Okay, let's go to animals. Let's do one more. Let's first of all brainstorm all of our categories because remember, we're gonna give them the categories. When we think of animals, what are the different categories that we could actually put here for them?
Domestic.
Domestic animals. I can't picture that. What's a domestic animal? See, I do that with kids. Yeah, you know.
pets.
Pets, there we go. So again, it's a domestic, that's a good one, but another word for domestic is pets. So what else?
Mammals.
Mammals.
And
sea
seeds.
life. I don't know.
What do you think kids would say about animals? What are different categories?
I like your zoo. Zoo.
Zoo, animals. What about animals with fur?
Water life.
Yeah.
Animals that have 4 legs?
Uh-huh.
Animals that live in the, somewhere. You see what you're doing? You could actually play animals all week, but just change your category every day. So don't make this more difficult than it is, because I could stick with game boards all week, games all week long. I could stick with food, desserts, breakfast food, lunch food, dessert food, food that's expensive, food that's cheap, restaurant food. I mean, I can stay with this whole idea all week long, and then do games all week long.
Well, the
yeah.
students differentiate, because pretty soon you have your higher level kids going, oh, I know the category, or how about this? Use this one. They start
to
doing
add.
it for you.
Yeah.
quickly.
And you guys, let's think about this. Why in the heck, like the animals, let's take it, but domesticated. I love that, because that's that precise, domesticated, and I could put in another, I like this one, decimated, because it's in my higher language vocabulary. Domesticated, is that right? I think so. Okay, so you guys, here's what I love about this, and I want you to think about it. Why in the heck would I want to start with the thinking game? Tell your partner, why would I want to, as a teacher, start with this?
Because usually that's fun. It's more hands-on.
Yeah.
You get to interact. You actually have interacting going on,
Yeah.
just in your
They get to
head,
share.
but early.
It- Yeah, it gets
You're bringing in people that
express their own things.
You're hitting the visual.
So the first week, guess what? Every day we'd be playing, I mean, think about it, color coding. It's very high engagement. You talk about engagement, you know, we talk about instruction, that engagement is such a key, important component of our instruction. What kind of things am I doing that's engaging the learner? I still go into classrooms where kids are falling asleep, they're playing on their phones, they're not attending, they're causing issues, and you guys, that I really believe, now there's obviously some reasons, but I think the majority of what I've noticed in my 36, now starting 37 years in the field of education, being in classrooms, is that kids are not engaged. How do we lower the temperature in a room, our behavior? Engagement is the number one thing to do that. So I have to ask myself, what kind of engagement strategies am I employing in my classroom? Color coding, games that move them somewhere, teaming them up. There's just so many ways that we can engage them and where we're going to see success from kids. And I just don't know that as teachers, as a big collective group of teachers, that we have enough engagement strategies in our back pocket. I don't know. I could be wrong. What do you guys think?
I think it's improved, but I still think there's a long ways to go.
Mm-hmm. How much are they silently working on their own? There's no engagement there pretty much, except for your high flyers who like it, right? The majority of your kids they're not gonna necessarily stay. We stay too long, probably with something, make them read too long by themselves or write too long by themselves. I think there's some things to think about. This not only is an engagement strategy because it's topics they know and love, so they feel like they can be successful. You're teaching them color coding, right? Very small scale, not anything big. And you guys, just the symbols and the color are also engaging for kids. And to tell me that kids don't even like that at the high school level is just not, it's incorrect thinking, because my high schoolers like to see color as well. But sometimes we get to high school and teachers think, that's too elementary, but they love it. So I think we got to think about what are the different ways that we're engaging them, plus teaching them organization. You guys, this is a little mini paragraph. The only color that's missing is the green on the bottom. Little mini paragraph. little mini paragraph. Now there's no dots here, but at this point, if I can get a green, yellow, red, green paragraph at second grade, that's like a winner right there. So I love playing this game as well. All right, let's go to phase 2 really quickly so you can see what phase 2, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult here because we gotta get to phase 2 because of that yellow that's inferred, okay? And then oftentimes in their reading, the yellow is inferred. So we're still gonna set it up the same way. T star dash, 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 but for sure, you're gonna have to teach them what that star is, which is categories. So I'm gonna so it's gonna look like this. So now I have some pages in my book that look like this. I have some pages that look just like this, and then you'll see the second section is gonna have this because now I'm gonna go to phase 2 of instruction. Now phase 2 is a little bit more difficult. So phase 2, you want the students to still be the expert on the topic, so student is the expert, but the teacher is gonna do most of the work. Okay, so now on this one, the teacher is going to give them the topic and 2 of the reds, and the student is going to have to give the yellow plus a red. Okay, do you see that? So teacher gives the green and 2 of the reds. The student has to determine what the main idea, what the category is, which is pretty high level, and they have to add 1 more red. So let's color those, you guys. So T equals here, we've got our star. Okay, so it looks like that. Okay, so let me give you an example. So my topic is the kitchen. I know I've done this, you guys might know this or remember this, but I like it. Here's the kitchen, okay? I'm gonna so we're gonna talk about the kitchen. I'm gonna talk about a fork and a spoon, and we're gonna stop right there. So now you're gonna take fork and spoon and you're going to brainstorm all the possibilities of what that yellow could be. So for example, they're all tools. Now you guys think of what your kids might say. Okay, turn and talk with your partner and kind of make a list of all the other categories that it could potentially, that would work.
Silverware.
Oh, yeah, so utensils.
I heard silverware, right?
Uh-huh.
What else did you guys hear? What else did I hear?
Things you eat with.
Things you eat with, I like it, that's kid language. Plasticware, right? Plastic, because kids sometimes just have that at home. What else? Okay. So you see how you're gonna really think of what kids would say. Okay, now, any of those work, so we pick one. So let's put silverware. So now again, I'm gonna try to pick higher level precise language, it's called silverware. But all of these would work, wouldn't they? Okay, now you get to add one more with your partner. Add one more.
That's the word.
Yeah.
As soon as knife comes in there, and then my kids will do this. They're all weapons you can find in the kitchen. That's what my kids say. It's true, right? Because I say, and kids will go, that isn't right. And I said, well, you know, really, a fork is a weapon. You know, it's a weapon you can find in the kitchen, and a spoon could be a weapon you find in the kitchen. And by the way, a knife is a weapon you can find in the kitchen. Not my favorite one, but that's, my older kids would say weapon. I don't know if your second graders would say that, but my older kids would say weapon, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? You see how you play this game? Pretty fun. This is where the focus is on the silverware. And I can come right back up here and go T equals animals. Let's do this one, because I can use it up on top, but I could use it down here. T equals animals. Remember, they're having to give me the star plus the last dash. So I'm gonna say animals. Ooh, I'm gonna use that same word, domesticated.
But they're
Oh, they're doing.
Oh, sorry. Whew, never mind. They're giving it. That's what I'd want them to. They probably wouldn't come up with that word. Okay, so I'm going to give you two. A bunny and a
Fish.
yeah. Let's try that and see what happens. Okay, now over here, come up with all of your terminology. What could we say? Now I could say they're
Like, are they?
they're not really domesticated. Could involve with that.
that.
Would they? Would we call those domesticated?
They could be, possibly.
A bunny, but a fish isn't domesticated.
Should be in a bowl in your house.
Is it domesticated or you just put it in the bowl?
So what did you guys come up with? This is because I gave you pretty opposite. So what would I say?
Pet.
They're pets. I probably would go with pets. And then what's another pet? And then have them add another pet. That's probably what I do because it's not really domesticated because the fish isn't domesticated. Does that make sense? So you list over here, they're pets. What else could I say about my category other than they're pets?
Could have been outdoor, an outdoor animal, because you find fish outdoors, you find
Yes,
bunnies
yes,
outdoors.
yes. What else? And this is where I like the analysis and reflection. My kids to think higher level, to think outside the box. So they're pets, they're outdoor.
Is it outdoor, indoor, do they go in a cage or not?
Oh, they could be caged animals, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, see? You can find them where? In the
Pet store.
pet store. Do you see how you want them to think outside what we think is the normal? And usually kids are able to come up with something that I go, oh my gosh, I would have thought of that, but they do. So you see what you're doing here is you're coming up with them. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay, so this is hard because the focus is on the category or the main idea, and you guys in text, it's oftentimes missing in their reading. So it's more of an inferred yellow. That's why yellow is the hardest color, because they're having to think of that main idea, that category, that step. And so it makes it a little bit more difficult. But here's another way that I play the game. So let's do this. T equals sport. I'm gonna give you guys a sport. Your job is to give me the yellow, right? And you're gonna have 3 dashes. Now here's how I play this game because I really like it. Okay, so I'm gonna give you a clue. And you're going to brainstorm all the sports that are connected to the clue, but you're not. I'm gonna give you more. You might have to eliminate some. Okay. So this sport has a net. Okay, with your partner, write down all of the sports that have a net.
Volleyball, basketball,
Soccer.
yeah.
We have soccer, volleyball,
Hockey,
Okay,
lacrosse.
stop. Okay, now I'm gonna give you another clue.
Yes.
Now here's what you have to do. This is really now getting them to think. Now you have a lot over here. So I'm gonna give you another clue, and then you're going to have to delete the ones that it doesn't match, okay? It doesn't match. So I'm gonna now say 1 net. Now go through and eliminate all the ones that does not pertain to that.
Okay, there we go.
And then if you have to add now, you've got another clue, so you might have to add another yellow. You might have to have another category. Because now I've said it's a net, but it's a sport that only has 1 net.
Soccer has one that has but I can't be.
No, soccer has 2.
That's why I said 1 at each end. That's why I said it has 1 at each end, so it can't be. And then the volleyball has 1 only.
Yeah.
Right?
Because there's just the center.
And then this has 1 only. It's not basketball.
Hockey's going, basketball's going, soccer's going.
Hockey has 2 as well.
Yeah.
Right? 1 at each end. So it can't be basketball, it can't be hockey, it can't be soccer.
Okay, ready for another clue? Okay, my next clue is that this sport has a ball or balls. Okay, now either eliminate or add more. So now it's a sport that has a net, 1 net, and it has balls, and they use balls.
So badminton's gone.
It can be
Did she say the name is volleyball?
longer, more than 1.
Did you say it could be 1 or more than 1?
It has more than 1 ball. It has more than 1 ball. You can use more than 1 ball. Not, well, I'm just gonna say a ball, but it's really played with just 1 ball, really. 1 ball.
Until you lose that ball.
Until you lose a ball, and then you can get another ball. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, how many choices do you have? Tell me what your choices are.
Tennis and volleyball.
Tennis and volleyball.
And ping pong.
Oh, and ping pong. Oh, good. So we've got 3 possible. Can we give you another hint? Uses the term love.
Yes.
Tennis.
So the sport is tennis. There you go. See, so I played this, get them to eliminate their thinking, what's wrong, and then to add more if it's right. So this is one of my favorites in this game. But again, you guys, you want to start with phase 1 and make it more difficult. Okay, there's one more phase that you need to do. So I'm going to grab another piece of paper because you've got to get to phase 3. I play this game all year long. Because the kids love it, and you know, eventually my kids then get to sign up and actually create a game that they present to the class, so they get to actually do one for the kids. So that it's usually a at-home mom and dad project, because sometimes they have it difficult. Okay, now we're going to do in phase 3. Now phase 3 is the most difficult of this because at phase 3 they should know how to play the game, right? You don't have to teach them how to play the game anymore, but now you go right to content. Now you can go to content, you can go to a math example, a science example, a social studies example. You can do something that's connected to your reading that's at grade level, because what you really are going to focus is on TBE. TBE stands for text-based evidence. Now their thinking game is all based on what we've watched, what we've heard, or what we've read. Now here are the things that I want you guys to think about here. What I'm thinking of. Our kids don't listen well, do you agree? But is it their fault or ours? Are we teaching them how to be good listeners? I think that's one thing that I know I didn't do enough of. So when you're teaching them in reading, you want to make sure that they're reading something, they're watching something, because they're going to get a video, and they're listening to something, which may be an audio. You're going to have to start thinking about, does your benchmark give you all those 3 options? That's another question. Yeah. In benchmark, is there opportunities for kids to listen to an audio? Is there opportunities for kids to, are videos built in? Are audios built in? Remember, listening is an audio, right? It's an audio, and that's a presentation. Okay, a video and an audio are presentation. So in Smarter Balanced Language, you want to make sure that they know that. In the presentation blank, what did the author, that's going to be one of maybe the question steps that they have. We really need to up our game with listening. So guys, would you make sure they're listening and having to really think about what you say? And because we're looking at that text-based evidence there, really, that's going to be really important. So now it's going to be T equals star, and now I'm going to be eventually looking for that dot. So skip a line in between each of the dashes, please. And let's color code those. Okay, so we've got dash and then eventually dot. So let me give you an example. This is now where I'm going to bring in context. So I could talk about weather, right? Maybe in science we're going to read something, a little article about weather, or watch a video about weather, okay? And I want to initially, because now they're having to pull evidence from text, in this one I'm going to give them the yellow to start with. Now I can always change the yellow, but right now, because it's very reading focused, and I really want to focus on text-based evidence, I'm going to now give them the green and the yellow, because again, you guys, the focus is on what did the author say. So on text-based evidence, I'm really asking them to answer this question. What does the author say? Okay, so what does the author say? So we're looking for text-based evidence. Now we're going to pretend we've read about weather, okay? And the article that we're reading is talking about different storms. Okay, so now remember, I want to know what the author said in the article, and remember, you're going to start to pair up. I want them to read an article, but also watch a video. So 2 sources. So I want you to also make a note. At 2nd grade, try to use 2 sources. Don't start with 2. Try to use more than 1 source. 2 sources is where I would go. But you guys start with 1 source before you move to 2 sources. Want to have some kind of a poster in your room, or a poster that they have with all the different kinds of character traits. If you don't, I have one. I can give you if you don't have one. is character traits. So just a whole list of character traits, a handout that would go in their folder, a poster, because now you want to think of character traits that go with Charlotte's Web. So I know that she's pretty smart. So sometimes I'll even give them one of the reds, and sometimes I'll give them all of them. Sometimes this is what I'll do, you guys, because this is really a lot for second grade. So I'll give them the green. And today we've been reading about Charlotte, or this week we've been reading about Charlotte. And to start with, I'm going to give you some of the traits. I know she's smart. I know she's kind. And there's two right there that I can say. She's smart, she's kind. When we think of Charlotte, not only is she smart and kind, but she can you think of another trait?
Creative.
She's creative. Well, I like that. And that's a higher level word. Thank you for using that, creative. Okay, so I might give 3 that are correct. Okay, so there's my 3s. Now I say, guys, now you have to give me a text-based evidence to prove that she is smart, that she is kind, that she is creative. So you're gonna pull right out of text. She's smart. Oh, I know why she's smart. She wrote words in the web. She actually wrote the word radiant, right? In the web. Okay, she's kind. What example did this author give us that she was kind? She was kind because she took care of who? Wilbur. Okay, and she's creative. How's she creative? She's sympathetic. I mean, crazy. That would be. We got to pick one that it's going to be easy for them to pull out from text. I don't know if creative is going to be an easy one for them.
Yeah.
Maybe empathetic. Maybe it's just 2. You see how you're doing that right now? You're making them look for text-based evidence about whatever you're reading. And if they can't answer, it might be that it's too higher level. Okay. Those are, and then I want to show you how you move this into math. Okay, so T equals. We're gonna be working on math today. I'm not going to give you the yellow on this one, but I want you dash dot, dash dot, dash dot, so you can see how to move it into a different content. So here's my math one. Okay, let's color code that. T equals math. There's your yellow. And then your red, your dashes and dots. Okay. So math, I'm going to give you now, I'm going to do teacher, student, and student. Okay, so that's just one way where I mix it up. Okay, we're going to talk about math. I'm going to give you 2 numbers. Okay, so based on those 2 numbers, I'm going to give you 3 numbers. So based on those numbers, would you come over here and give me all the possible language that goes with those 3 significant details? Okay, go with your partner. What could you say about those numbers?
They're odd. They're fine.
They go up by 2.
They're under 10.
I see lots of good ones. They're odd,
Single.
single digit. There's kids will say skipping numbers, numbers under 10, prime numbers. Can I call them whole numbers? I had a 7th grade student, you guys, who asked in a 7th grade pre-algebra class if those were whole numbers, and these are the numbers that I probably were on the board. I mean, it's been a while, but it blew me away. Now, pre-algebra, you guys, 7th grade pre-algebra. This was like a number of like 1,757. There were random numbers. 2,700 or 275,011. I mean, they were just random numbers like that. Okay, and we were playing this game in math, and a student said, "Are you sure those are whole numbers?" And both the teacher and I looked at each other like, "Okay, that's interesting. You need to ask him why he thinks that. What's going on." She goes, "Yes, they are." Can you explain why you're asking that question? He said, "Well, I thought whole numbers were numbers that had holes in them." Literal. 0, 6, 9, 8. 7th grade, you guys. 7th grade pre-al, and he didn't know that those were all that. He literally thought the whole numbers were numbers that have holes in them, literally. So I think we have to keep talking the talk and just really looking for that misinformation. And he was pretty accurate, and he was brave enough to ask, because we didn't laugh at him, but later we didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But asking him where his thinking came from really helped us identify that. I'm sure whole numbers was talked about, but every example that a teacher gave him had a hole in it. So he visually connected that 2,763 as a whole number because the 6 had a hole, everything. He must have. That's what I'm thinking. 7th grade. Oh my heavens. Anyway, that's it. Okay, so what do you guys call these? You call them what? Let's do whole numbers, just prime numbers, whatever. You guys pick one that you like. Okay, now this is where the hard thinking comes in, because now I have to get them to do something with that number. Now there's a variety of things you could do. So I'm going to give you 3 different examples. I could say, let's just write that number, right? In letters. We write that letter as a 3. That's something I could do, right? With kids. I could say, oh my goodness, let's think of an addition problem where our answer is 5. So we could go at 2 plus 3 equals what? Oh, that would work, wouldn't it? I could do a subtraction. 7 minus 2 equals 5. There's so many things that I could do here. 5 times 1 is 5. So I could do that. I could also even have them represented using cubes. Drawing out 7. So I could even do that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or I could use the cubes, whatever you guys are, the blocks that you're using in math. Okay, so that's another thing you could do. You just want them to give you something more about whatever you're doing as your dash. And so in math, this is a really good example to do that. All right, so on back of this or another piece of paper, I want you to come up with some ideas. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to come up with some other games you could play. Stay in phase 1 first. Do some fun ones in phase 1 first. And then if you know what the content is coming up, you can do a couple of content examples, but try to come up with some phase 1, good, just easy topics, and then throw in maybe a content that you'll be teaching in the beginning of the year. You usually give birth to 2 cubs in the winter. So I know that the topic here is they're not talking just about polar bears, they're talking about what?
Cubs.
Cubs, that's my green. Okay, so T equals cubs. Okay, at birth, the cubs weigh about 1 pound. They cannot see or hear and have a thin coat of hair. The cubs stay in the den. You guys, I tell my kids, okay, we're not really reading about polar bears, we're reading about cubs. And when I think about this little paragraph about cubs, what is it mostly about? There's my main idea. That's my yellow, you guys, that's my main idea. Oh, it's talking about when they were born. There's my yellow. Okay, well, what did it say about little polar bears when they're born? Oh, fact number 1, they weigh what?
1 pound.
What's another fact?
Can't see.
They can't see or hear. What's another fact? And what's another fact? You see?
That's cool.
Now comprehension is in place. I'm teaching them how to annotate text. I'm keeping them focused, and now we're playing the thinking game. Now, see if you guys can do this one. This isn't done. See how I take this article and actually make 3 different paragraphs and play it each time? You guys, let's read the second one and see if you guys can figure out the T, the star, and the dash. At 3 months, the polar bears are ready to leave the den. They are still little and stay near their mother's side. The cubs will learn about life in the Arctic. Okay, topic is, they're still talking about what?
The cubs.
The cubs. Okay, what is this one mostly about?
3 months.
And what are some 3 facts about them?
Leave the den. Little ones stay with mom. And they learn about life.
Okay, so let's just think about this, you guys. Oftentimes they read, they answer the question, we move on. They get an F if they don't get it, they get an A if they get it, they miss 1, right? That's kind of normal practice. We just have them read and answer the questions. If we're working on comprehension and we scaffold this so it's a small part, but we're making them annotate text and playing the thinking game, and then eventually getting them to write, if we take the time to do this over a week and break that article that has 3 paragraphs into 3 different days, what do you think is going to happen with their comprehension? What about vocabulary? What about this organization structure of a paragraph? You guys, we're missing some important steps with kids, and we're going way too fast. That's what makes me worry about any new core curriculum and their pacing guide when they say 20 days for this. I'm going like, what? 20 days, or Amplify it was 2 weeks, it wasn't even 20. So you guys at least have 20 days where you're building in some background. But it's going way too fast for our kids. Now, I imagine if we're all doing it, that's going to help. But nonetheless, there's that teacher, all this playing the same game kind of thing. Okay, let's try one more. Do this one. Now on your own. So now we've done it together, now you read it. Okay, so normally I just assigned you this. So I'm gonna say that's not okay because we have to build in time and text. And so time and text means that there's more what I call organized reading between your kids and you than just independent. So when you think of, Michael Schmoker talks in his book, on his focus book, that in order for the dial to move, our kids need to have 60 minutes, it's what he calls the 60-40 rule. Your kids need to be reading 60 minutes every day across your day, and 40 minutes of writing every day across your day. Okay, so that's what he's saying. If you really want success to increase, you really need to be thinking, building wide about the 60-40 rule. So I'm sharing that everywhere. To really kind of be thinking, are you having kids read 60 minutes across your day every day? All across your day. And 40 minutes of writing. So sentence writing, paragraph writing, all the writing, journal writing, it's writing. Now here's, 40 minutes every day is just it's not happening anywhere that I know. So that's a big area of concern, is how much are we having our kids write every day? But the reading is even more important, because some teachers will say, well, we read because I have 30 minutes of silent reading every day. That does not count in your 60 minutes. It has to be intentional, content-driven reading. So if kids are just reading whatever they want for 20 minutes, that wouldn't count. It's good. I mean, I'd say that's good reading, but I don't have time for that anymore. They can silent read on their own at home. In my mind, I don't have enough time to get them to stop and read by themselves. Because if they're reading by themselves, I don't know if they're really reading. And some kids don't like that anyway, so what are they doing during that time? And I'm not able to check. So the 60 minutes of reading means time and text. So things like partner reading, radio reading, sentence by sentence reading, close reading, choral reading. It's those kinds of readings where kids are made to read and be accountable for their reading. So that's another thing that's going to be kind of, when you think about that 60-40 rule. So one of the things that I like is sentence by sentence or word by word. I'm going to read the first sentence, the first part of the sentence, you're going to read the second part of the sentence, okay? So here's one example. At 1 year to 2 years old,
Polar bears are very playful.
they still stay near their
Mother,
polar bears learn
how to hunt and
protect
protect themselves by playing and wrestling with a brother or sister.
I could do partner reading, sentence 1, sentence 2, sentence 3, sentence 4. So you see how there's accountability to the reading. That's the 60 minutes to be thinking about how am I going to increase those numbers to 60 and 40. So that would be a good building rule, a building goal. Is, are we all really working on that 60-40 rule, which is out of the Michael Schmoker focus book, by the way, if you want a book. Okay, so let's talk about what's the game for this one. What's the T, star, dash, and dots? Or T, star, and dashes?
Polar bears.
Okay, so this is, we know that T, we're mostly talking about cubs. What's our yellow?
1 to 2.
1 to 2 years old, right? And what are some facts?
Very playful.
Playful.
Stay near mom.
Yes.
Learn how to hunt.
Learn how to hunt.
Protect themselves.
Until
They wrestle with their brother or sister.
By playing, they play.
Uh-huh.
You see right there are 6 facts right in that one chunk. Have them pick 3. Do you see how now you're increasing comprehension? So this is a way to play the game, you guys, where you're really getting them to read. Now remember, that's phase 3. Let's see. This is my thinking game cover. So this is on the front of their book. It says thinking game and their name. Okay, so there's my cover for the little book. I actually, you could get a composition notebook, but I go buy those. See, this is why I'm a hoarder, you guys. I get these for like 2 cents, 5 cents, 8 cents. So if there's a sale for 5 cents and they tell me that I can only get 5, I go in for 5, leave the store, come back and get another 5, leave the store, get another 5. I mean, I just play their game. They know me at my Staples, by the way. So they go, okay, Yolanda, just get your 20. Because they know I'm just going to leave and come back in, leave, come back in. Because I'm going to get I have my daughter and my husband, my other daughter, right behind me getting the 5 because I'm going to play that game. Just give me the 20. If I have to come in, or I'm going to have everybody else. So normally, now I have them where they know Yolanda and they know I'm going to get a class set. Because I get 8 of these or 20 of these and I cut them in half with my big paper cutter. So now I have 40. And now I have a Words Matter and I have a vocabulary book. I have a lot of these. I mean, my kids have a lot of these. There's just something about giving them a vocabulary book, a category book, that kind of thing. So that's how I manage. Each page then is gonna look like this. Oops, that's the wrong one, hold on, I hope I have it. See, it just looks like that, every page looks like that.
And that's what you said you highlight
And
the
then
first day.
every page first day, we're just gonna highlight the first 10, so they're already done.
Okay.
And that's my lesson, I don't do any more than that. And you could play verbal too as well, but I like the idea that you're just doing the verbal and you're just showing them on the screen. That's a great idea, you guys. Doesn't take a lot of time, a lot of paper. They're just helping you play the game.
Whiteboard to do that?
No,
Or
I
use a
just,
paper.
I did verbal and then later we moved to paper.
The other thing you could do too, you guys, here on this one is you could give them a whiteboard, because most classrooms have a whiteboard, and you tell them to just give you one red and write one red or draw one red on the whiteboard. So now everybody, I love the verbal part, they're helping you, but you're still not getting everybody to do it. Maybe some kids are not, they're checking out. So in order to increase the ante that everybody is participating so that we can truly have a class discussion, I would pull up the whiteboard and say, everybody come up with one fact and draw that or write it, or, you know, so now you've got everybody doing it rather than people just calling out. That's just another thought. So you're sending that too, Ashley?
Yeah, but I just emailed it.
You guys, lots of emails today. All right, so let's go. Wait, break. You guys need a break? We only have an hour, less than an hour. Should we move on? Can we move on? Are you okay? Okay, let's go on. Okay, go to your book. I know you need a break, but I only have you for a little bit of time, and I want to do one more thing with you before we leave, and then I want to put together some things that I brought for you. Okay, we're on page 7. Okay, so page 6, if we go back to our thinking charts game, page 6 is the thinking game, right? I'm going to try and give you 2 more, because I think these 2 thinking charts are going to be really important. We'll end with some gifts. So I want page 7 and page 8. If you don't have enough pages, you might need to add another piece of paper, you guys. So on page 7, I want to give you the thinking game called the bubble chart. I'm going to give you 2 right now, because I think these might help you with your first unit of study. So bubble chart, the bubble chart is for, the scale is for describing. So I want to make sure they know that when we do a bubble chart, it's for describing. So if we're going to describe a character, we're going to use the bubble chart. If we're going to describe a setting, we're going to use a bubble chart, okay? The other chart that I want to show you is the try chart, because it's asking your kids to compare. So the try chart is for comparing. Okay, so bubble chart for describing, try chart for comparing. Those are the 2 that I'm going to show you right now. Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, now, just FYI, both of these charts, you guys, in fact, most of these charts I have created a video. I don't know if you've watched any of the videos yet, but most of these are a video that IMESD has. So do you want to talk about the videos real quick for them so they know?
Yes, we have them on video studies. I think Lana, did you publish some of those? No. We created like little video studies that have the short videos, and I think they're on our literacy hub. If not, I will put them on there. And also can send them to you guys.
So I tried to send just a quick little 15 to 20 minute video that has 3 parts to it every time I do it. I define the chart, I show examples of the chart, and then I show you how to set up your paper. So every chart, every video that I sent kind of has those 3 parts. I just finished this week, summary, compare, and cause and effect that I just sent to Ashley this week. So, and there's like a ton of them on there. How many do you think we have?
Probably 15. Maybe.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So you guys, showing a video for everybody, this is what I would go at your 2nd grade meeting. I would say, okay guys, we know in unit 1 we have to do an informative paragraph. So there's some videos on the thinking game. I think I have a thinking game video on there. And we're gonna have to compare. And there's a try chart on there, there's a compare video. So just taking time to watch those and talking your way through those would be really helpful. So I tried to do every chart, not every chart, but the ones that I know you'll use right away. There's a circle chart one in there, there's 2 column notes in there, there's annotating text in there, there's quite a few that you guys could go back and look at. So just know that there's some videos there. All right, so because you're gonna have to describe, or you're gonna have to describe and eventually compare, I wanna go to the next chart, which I think is just a really fun one and really good to get kids to describe something. Okay, so now we're on page 7, you guys. Okay, so on page 7, we're going to start with just our box. You guys, all these templates are inside your foundation notebook in the thinking chart section. Okay, so you want to go look in there. There's a thinking chart section right in there on the very end. You're going to want to find that. Okay, so this is a bubble chart. And And the bubble chart is for describing. So anytime we're gonna describe anything, we want to use a bubble chart. Here we've got our frame. And always on the bottom, ladies, what do we want?
Conclusion.
Yep, C equals. Okay, so we've got our green, and we've got our C down here. Color code that green. Okay, you're gonna start with a big circle. And I'm gonna start with 3 outer circles, just to start. It could be more, it could be less, okay? So this is where you're going to put your noun, your person, your place, your thing. So this is what you're describing. So this is usually a noun, not always, but often it's more than not, it's a noun. It's a person, place, or thing. It's a character out of a book. It's, it's whatever you're having your kids, a setting. Could be an object, so you're describing it. So you're gonna have, whatever this is in here, you're gonna have littler circles out here. Okay, and we're gonna talk about, because you guys are having to describe and you're in your elements of fiction, this is gonna be a character. So this is the noun, but we're really gonna focus on a character in a book. So then you're going to highlight that green, because now we're gonna talk about our character in our book. We're gonna name a character. And then out here are going to be our yellows. These are going to be our character traits, where we're going to add an adjective or an adjective phrase. Now this is where you guys have to be careful, because you do not want them to give you another noun. Kids are going to give you another noun. They're going to want to. I'll give you an example. So this is an adjective or an adjective phrase. Okay, it is not another noun. So let me give you an example of what kids want to do. They'll say, Templeton is one of our characters in Charlotte's Web. And they'll say, well, Templeton is a rat. That's another noun. That's not what I want. I don't want another noun. I want you to describe it. And really what I'm focusing on is in here is what I'm really wanting is character traits. So I'm really wanting them to really focus on character traits here. Now I can do other things, but for now, so that it's based on a reading scale, I'm gonna really look for character traits, which means, you guys, you need to have a poster that has character traits, because otherwise they're gonna not know what you're talking about. So you need to develop or make sure that they have a character traits poster. I have an ABC taxonomy of that. Do you guys have a character trait poster? Do you guys need one? Okay, so Ashley, if you would remind me, I will send you a ABC taxonomy character trait poster that you could put up, okay? So that they have that in your room. Okay, so let's just talk about Charlotte again. You're gonna see the same thing. You've got Charlotte as your character if you're reading that book, or Claudette, whatever book you're reading. You're going to put your character trait out here as your yellows, but then you're going to now look at the frame. You got to prove your thinking. So now outside of these, you're going to have to now come up with text-based evidence to prove that trait. Okay. So again, remember I said she was smart. So then I would say, okay, adjective phrase, she's smart, extremely smart. Now give me some examples of why so now you're having them really think of the elaboration examples. Give me examples of how she was smart in chapter 1 or in chapter 5 or whatever. Do you see how that works? Okay, examples. So these are what I call text-based evidence. TBE. Okay, and then this one, I want you guys to talk for a minute, because I'm going to tell you what I would think, but you guys, when I think about my character that I'm going to be describing, because more than likely at 2nd grade, you're going to do a lot of describing of characters, okay? Why this is important, I don't know that I would ask that question. Why is this important down here? What do you think would be another question I would want to ask my kids about characters other than why is this important? Turn and talk. What would be a good question I might pose down here for the conclusion? Here's probably what I would do, you guys. I know this is a harder one. Why is it important that I study Charlotte isn't really the question I want to ask here. I probably would want to have them make a connection. Is there anything that you can connect to Charlotte? Are you, and then really you guys comparing would be huge. How are you like Charlotte? How are you different than Charlotte? So you're going to start to work on this idea of comparing. Okay, am I more like Charlotte? Am I different than Charlotte? Or, you know, really thinking about the traits. Why are, and I guess you could ask, why is it important, or how did her, when you think of higher level, when you think of your DOKs that you want to, how did her traits make her who she is? You guys, it's higher level, which is going to be really hard for kids, but that's what we really want on that compare. Is, you know, why are the character traits that she possessed significant? And that's really higher level. You guys would want to talk it down to second grade, but you're probably not going to say why it's important. Actually take a wide ruled notebook and have it be your composition notebook. This is what I call your journal. Now this isn't like a diary, you guys. This is a journal that is very specific to the kind of writing you're teaching, okay? And when they brainstorm and pre-write, that's really what this is for. So it is only used in the first 2 weeks of the unit of study that I'm doing. After that, they have enough that we can pull in and actually produce it. So when I'm teaching informative writing, every time they journal write based on our topic page, they would write about that. Okay, and it's all about revision. I don't care if it's perfect. It's not a final piece. It's just getting their thinking done, because I used to use a journal as a diary and they could write about whatever, but I've changed that. This is specifically a pre-writing strategy where they're going to be starting their first write based on the unit that I'm studying. So what I have my kids do is they start the first page with a table of content. So make a note of that, or you can write that on there, that first page. Table of content is the first page. Now, you are going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, make a note, you're going to have 4 table of contents. So everybody, 4 table of contents. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I'm going to tell you my order, but your order is going to change based on your core. So the order that I go in is personal narrative, informative, opinion, creative narrative. That's the order that I teach it. You guys might have to reorganize that, because you start with your benchmark starts with informative writing. So you might start with informative writing. So now notice, you guys, I color code my page with my sticky note. So personal narrative will have a personal narrative, purple personal narrative tab. My informative is yellow. It will have an informative tab. It will also have an opinion table of content it'll have an opinion tab. And then it'll have the 4th one where they have to do creative narrative. It's blue. I don't care, it doesn't matter the color. As long as your table of content matches your tab. Is that making sense? Okay, now the second thing that you're going to do is after you have those 4 pages, you guys, your table of content pages, I mean, there's a lot of things you can put the personal checklist in here. I mean, there's so many things you can do. See, here's my small moment where they have to pick out topics. Everything that I do with them is going to go in this journal notebook, okay? So and sometimes it's pretty interactive. They have to cut and paste, and then they start writing. Okay, now here's what you do. You have to have 20 pages per section. So for the first section, up in the right-hand column, start numbering from 1 to 20. On page 1 to 20 is when you're going to have your first bookmark. So starting on page 1, that's going to be your first bookmark, and you're going to count 1 to 20. Okay, so my first one starts on 1. It's personal narrative. Yours probably is going to be informative. You're going to wait. Maybe you'll wait and move them around. But I have my first table of content is purple, so my first 20 pages are purple. Okay, then my next 20 pages are informative. And my next 20 pages, I start over, are my opinion. And my next 20 pages are creative narrative. So every section has 20 pages, about 20 pages. That's all they're going to need. Okay, and every day for the first 2 weeks, you guys, they're just journaling. They're not writing, they're not producing anything other than just brainstorming and writing whatever they want based on what I'm teaching them. Okay, so this is the journal notebook that they have. This would go inside their folder. Is that making sense, you guys? Okay, You got a lot to think about. More than you could possibly do. And this is just a little nugget of everything that we could do. So I always go, gosh, this seems like a lot for you, but it's just a very little when it comes to writing. You guys were wonderful. Let's go ahead and end with our exit strategy because I want to model bell to bell. So at the end of every lesson, I want you to do what I call my exit strategy. So you're going to do my 3, 2, 1. Okay? So here's my 3. You're going to give me 3 new learnings from today. 3 new things that you learned that were brand new to you or somewhat new to you. So 3 new learnings. Not a whole sentence, just jot down a few of your new learnings. I want 3 of them today. Okay, wait, and so you can see all this. The other thing that I want you to do is I want you to give me 2 commitments, 2 things you're going to commit to doing. Is it 2 M's or 1?
I think it's 2.
1 T. Yeah. I'm a good speller, but sometimes I start to write, it goes, that doesn't look right. Okay, 2 things, maybe 2, more than 2, but I want at least 2 things from today that you're going to actually implement. It could be new thinking, it could be a new strategy, but I want 2 new strategies that you're going to commit to using at the beginning of the year, and the ones that you feel are going to be the biggest dog on the porch, most important, high leverage. 2 things you know are really going to benefit them, and especially for you guys, when you think of Unit 1 benchmark, most of your teachers probably haven't even seen it. They probably don't even know yet. So you're going to go back to your meetings and go, here's what we need to focus on. At 2nd grade is what I would probably do. Okay, so 2 commitments from today. What are 2 things that's going to really help you, especially when you're thinking of your first unit in benchmark? And then 1 thing that you need, but you cannot write time because that's a given. We all need time. What is something else you need in order to be better at this job of writing, of literacy? What's the 1 thing you still need? And we need to know that so that we can make sure that we're providing what you need when it comes to PD. So 3 new learnings, 2 commitments, 1 need, and it cannot be time.